There are thousands of airstrips that are dirt, grass, and mud across the United States, Canada, and the world. Many of these are inaccessible to normal aircraft. There's a certain breed of pilot who wants to be able to land anywhere, either for sport or by pure necessity. They're bush pilots. We practice these skills so we can be safe off airport, so we can get into and out of the tight spots, the backcountry, and the unimproved fields. You'll now watch some of the best pilots in the world show you what they can do with as little as 50 feet. Not only can they take off and land off airport, they can take off and land anywhere. This is the Husky National STOL Series. The Husky National STOL Series is presented by Husky and Avion Aircraft, America's favorite tail dragger. McFarlane Aviation Products, thousands of parts, save thousands of dollars. American Legend Aircraft, not your grandfather's Cub. Duke Propellers, offering a wide variety of carbon-made propellers and rotors. Sarasota Avionics, the #1 aircraft avionics installer in the nation. Rugged Radios, the official communications provider of National STOL. Ladd Gardner Aviation Insurance, aviation protected. AirTech Coatings, we make paint fly. Sporty's Pilot Shop, learn to fly here. The Fat Tire Cowboys, an aviation adventure brand steeped in cowboy lore. And now, live from Tehachapi, California, is the Husky National STOL Series, SoCal STOL.
And ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2022 inaugural event in Southern California. Checking mic. Mic is on when lit. 2022 inaugural event here at Tehachapi. We're here, California STOL, brought to you by Husky National STOL. And although it's not the first event the National STOL has held, we do it across the nation. It is the first event that we've had here in California, and also the first event we've had here at this altitude at 4,000 feet. We're going to be checking our mics here, making sure we're still working. How are you doing over there? All right, we're going to switch these. Alrighty. Test. Test. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we are at the 2022 inaugural event of the Southern California STOL, SoCal STOL, here in Tehachapi, California. Although it's Here in Tehachapi, it is not the first event that National STOL has done. We do this across the nation, and now, so that'll be a little different for some. However, in talking to some of the competitors, it looks like they have come from areas of that altitude, so this isn't going to be too different from them. Looking at the weather right now, looks like we're showing wind 320 at 13 knots, gusting to 19. Wind has been an issue, and we expect it maybe to be an issue tomorrow. So we're going to be going through some practice runs today, do a couple of those runs, and from there we're going to keep those scores just in case we get blown out tomorrow. Kind of getting prepared for everything, you know, with aviation, everything's so dependent on weather, so we got to make sure that we have a backup plan, so to speak. So we'll be starting here in just a few minutes when the heavy touring class comes out, led by Don Mickey. And let's see here. Thank you. Okay, it looks like we got Don Mickey in the camera here, off to the left, or actually be my left here, waiting, nose into the wind. He'll be leading the first. Now, he's also a experienced competitor here with National STOL. We've seen him at Texas. We've seen him at Outlaw STOL, flying this 180 that he's got with the Norland 0470 engine, 260 horsepower. So he's been making some modifications as needed, and be excited to see him come out and see how he's been changing. Off in the distance, you see the Wren. Let me see if I can find some information on that. With the Wren, that's Todd Hendricks behind him, pulling up. You see all those interesting little STOL fences on the tops of the wings. Those there are Wren mods, created in 1963. You see these unusually looking canards here. We'll talk a little bit more as he gets up closer to the line. And let me check with folks and see with God upstairs and see if that is it for the heavy touring class for practice. And it looks like it will just be these two guys out here for practice today. There will be additional competitors coming in. They are caught in weather and not able to get here right now, so we'll keep an eye out for them. They should be arriving here this evening, and all goes well, we'll be able to take off in the morning and complete the competition if the wind holds off enough for us. So Andrew Patry, the most experienced of the STOL pilots in this category here, the heavy touring, looks like he's saying he'll be here about 6 p.m. this evening, depending on weather. He's trying to get here all the way from Washington. And Don Mickey is pulling out onto the line. So when they're guided up to the line, they're going to get their axles lined up right with the chalk line there by the official. At that time, the official will turn. The plane has now been released to the air bosses, and they'll decide when he gets released. Powering up. And starting that roll. Looks like it's somewhere in the vicinity of the 250 line. Hard to see from here, maybe like 248. All right, when you see these tires come up, if you're watching from home, you'll see one tire come up and thinking they're off the ground, but they're judged actually when both tires clear the ground, not just the one, because in a real world situation in a backcountry flying where these planes are made for, they need to have both wheels off the ground in order to start climbing. All right, Next here up practicing, we have Todd Hendricks. Just a conglomerate of different modifications on this 182 with this these Ren mods. Looks like he's got a little bit of bush wheels going on there. And one thing different with the nose wheel planes versus the tail wheel planes is the nose wheel can go anywhere, just like the tail wheel can go anywhere on a plane, but it's the main gear, which is, you see those lined up there on the chalk line. The main gear is what they measure from for both for takeoff and landing. Blowing that dust. So those canards on the front of that plane actually help lift that extra heavy engine up into the air. Now these planes are a little bit heavier, but they got a more powerful engine. And there he goes. Looks like they're marking him at slightly over 300. We'll be getting scores here pretty soon. This is just practice right now, so they're not writing them down at the moment. But this is the heavy touring class, bigger, heavier planes. They're a little slower. They land a little bit faster. But the difference is you can pack you and your entire neighborhood in that same plane and take off into the backcountry with something you can't do with some of these lighter sport aircraft. So for their disadvantages in taking off and landing distances, you can carry a lot more weight with them, which adds a great value to them. And here comes Don Mickey in his first practice. Flaps all the way down. Start his round out now and slowing down, making that line. Nice. Looks like a perfect landing. Just a couple feet beyond, keeping that tail on the ground with the brakes on. And somewhere around the 215 mark. Great job by Don Mickey. And Todd Hendricks will be rounding out here next. You'll be seeing him coming from the left of the screen. Because of the aggressive tailwind, you'll see these guys cutting the corner to come in. They're not necessarily squaring off. The air bosses don't dictate how they're going to make their turns, just that they're safe in doing it. And also their pattern altitudes, they're not dictating those. They just want them to be safe because the pilots here are still the pilots in command. This is 3 competitions for Todd Hendricks before this. This is his 4th one. Here he comes in. You see he has a little bit more speed with a little bit heavier aircraft. And he's going around because he didn't like the distance that he was going to get, or he just might have felt safer with that wing coming down, that he would just go around. And we applaud him on that. Going around is always a safer thing to do rather than try and salvage a landing, especially when we're so close to crowds, so close to people, cameramen, and other competitors. So when an aircraft goes around on a landing, there is no penalty. Going around is often the safer thing to do, so we don't penalize them. They're allowed to go around as many times as they need to, although most will try not to go around. So Don Mickey will just sit here with his engine idling, waiting for Todd to come back around. And you can see those windmills off in the distance here in Tehachapi, California. Pushing those windmills pretty good as Todd Hendricks enters the scene here from the left. Here he comes in, no flaps yet. Losing altitude, still no flaps. Well, those flaps are in there. There's a little bit invisible. They are in there. There he goes. And he's going to run a little long. Now, Todd Hendricks has a number of aircraft and some far more capable aircraft to choose from in flying today, but he wanted to fly the 182 Wren. All right, Todd is turned around. Don is powering up and moving to the line. And Don is with Team Uncle Harvey Short Field Flying Circus. Don Mickey says, I'm an Aquarius who likes long walks on the beach, listening to good music. I don't kiss in the first date unless you get me a little intoxicated, but he does love to cuddle. That is his professional pilot resume. Number 53, Don Mickey. 1953 Cessna 180 from Albuquerque, New Mexico. Sure thing, just getting some practice. All right, and you'll notice there's no scores on the screen as of yet because these are still their practice runs. And the METAR here at Tehachapi still showing 320 degrees at 13 knots. As Don Mickey powers up, the dust is being loaded, and that will get worse throughout the day. So he pulled a little bit early. On these tail wheels, you use that tail to counterbalance and lift that front end up, and if you pull a little bit early, not only does it not lift you off, but actually extends your takeoff some distance. Now the nose wheels don't seem to have that problem as much because their tail can come all the way down to the ground, increase their angle of attack. And here in Todd Hendricks' case, he's going to need all that lift for this heavy aircraft, but certainly capable. Now these fences up on top of the wings are actually movable. As he moves the ailerons, they'll redirect wind across the top of the wing. It's quite an impressive development. And there it goes. We got some practice scoring out there. Looks like somewhere around the 353 mark or something to that effect. And entering from the left here in just a moment, you'll see Don Mickey in here cutting the pattern a little bit short as these winds are pushing him down. And here he'll start to slow up with that headwind. Flaps down. Now he starts to slow down his round out, just trying to squeak over the line. Not bad. Not bad at all. Tail coming up on the braking. Kept his flaps down that time, a little long. And Don Mickey's just pulled off the field, making room for Todd as Todd enters fur on the left in the tricycle gear, Ren 182, 1967. I heard him give a little bit of throttle that time and another goose of throttle there again, just trying to keep it level. And now we're moving on to the light touring practice here. Number 65, Jeff Abrams. Team Piperzilla. 1965 Cherokee Piper 180C. This is the number 1 Cherokee off the line in 1965. And moving forward to those mains. And he is cleared, being handed off. And he may hold there until the heavy touring planes cruise by back to the pits. Jeff Abrams with probably one of the most impressive resumes in pilot and aircraft biography that I've ever seen. He's flown for 3 different airlines, UPS being his final one, for over 25 years as a professional pilot. Now he is retired. He's been flying for 57 years and 5 decades as a flight instructor. He's super accomplished, and you often don't see a low wing enter a competition, but with somebody with his background and resume, he can probably make this work. I do recall seeing him in Texas and him taking 3rd overall in the National STOL in the light touring for the 2021 season. And he's off. And again, this is just practice, so they're not going to stretch their legs off out into that 400-foot distance. Next we have Brian Weathers in a Cessna 150, 1973, from Hesperia, California originally, and now he's up here in Tehachapi, so he's one of the local guys. So you see the plane come up, and then it comes back down and bounces again. His score will be taken off of that second bounce, because until you're airborne and continuing to climb, it does not count. And next in line we have J.P. Odell. Here in the light touring class, 1966 Cessna 172G Skyhawk from Salinas, California. He also currently lives in Tehachapi. You see that front shock unload as the weight comes off that front wheel. He starts his wheelie, just keeps riding it, bouncing it around, and his last hop is right there. And no, I'm not sure if he touched down again or not. It's a little bit far from where my vantage point is. But we're just practicing, so we are good. And here comes Jeff Abrams, number 65 in the Cherokee. All right, and that's what we call a scratch when you land short of the line. If this had been a scored event, they would take his measurement to judge him against his most consistent, but it wouldn't be a score that counted. And Brian Weathers will be coming up here in just a moment. He is in the 150, so it takes him an extra 10 minutes to get over here. Brian Weathers is also a accomplished photographer in aviation, a private pilot, and has license for 2 years. And here he comes entering from the left. Coming in hot, like we like to see, and then he'll start his slow angle of attack increase as he slows down. And he touched down at about 60-some feet. So when we see him stop there at around 375, that distance isn't counted from where he landed, it's counted all the way back from the line, because none of that runway behind you counts. And number 450 JP Odell on final. And he's got the flaps down on that 172. You can see them bouncing around a little bit in this wind. They'll be carrying a little bit of extra speed. Nice. Still rolling out. Elevator up and stop it down there in the 400 range. Jeff Abrams here waving to the crowd as he drives by. He carries several type ratings for several different aircraft. He's a licensed helicopter pilot, has received the Wright Brothers Master Pilot Award, and is qualified as the flight instructor again for 5 decades. And here comes Brian, cruising by in the 150. 150 commuter. I fly that same plane pretty often. They're a lot of fun. Now keep inching him up to that line to get the center of those axles there that he can't see on the line. And Piperzilla here is waiting for the clearance. And powering up. And off. 57-year-old aircraft. Now on this field we have Brian Weathers up now, and behind Brian Weathers, JP Odell seems to have found one of our squirrel holes that we've got out here in the field. Looks like he's planted his nose wheel in that for a moment, and they're going to have to come up with a game plan for that. And that is why we use bush wheels. They may hold Brian Weathers here. We'll see what the higher-ups believe on that one. There's Brian Weathers powering up. He was just published in Flying Magazine a little while back here, a couple months, with his photographs for STOL and STOL drag. And now you have a view of that 172 with the nose down in the ground. You got to be careful of that prop. So they're trying to get him some weight to get him to rock out of there. There it goes. And he's out. Now we'll be looking for a shovel. Hal Stockman out there helping him out. And they're going to fill that hole out there so that doesn't happen to any other competitors here. And JP Odell's finally getting off. It touched back down. Just hovering above the ground. Now for safety, we've asked these airplanes to, and pilots to, once they depart from the ground, to stay no lower than 20 feet, no higher than 20 feet. They want to keep about 20 feet all the way out to a certain point towards the end of the runway, so we know that they have enough airspeed to do the climb that they need to do. And so that's why you see these aircraft not climbing. Here comes Jeff Abrams. Nice. Touching down at just a little bit more than 25 feet. And he's on those brakes hard. Nice. Looks like somewhere around the 290-ish mark. And here comes Brian Weathers in his 73 Cessna 150. Another local here to Tehachapi. Now he's sinking down pretty good. He's probably going to add some power in there and try and stretch that out, get it over to that line. More power, more power. And he did make it. He did make it across the line. You can see those brakes shuddering, or those landing gears shuddering on the 150 as he tries to come to a brake. They're a little bit flimsy, a little bit different setup than the Piper. And JP Odell in the 172 should be coming around just a moment. Here he is. It's a pretty bright landing light. Looks like we got some LEDs in there. And flaps down, carrying a little extra speed. Oh! He ended up going long, but he was so close to coming up short. Looks like he's not going to get on the brakes too hard and just ride that one out. And here we see them taxiing back. There's Jeff Abrams, number 65. And Brian Weathers coming up in the 150, number 405. Waving to the crowd. And JP Odell's going a little bit slower, almost as though he's hesitant of finding another squirrel hole. The crews went out there and with the shovel right away, and got that hole fixed. So that should not happen again. And JP Odell is passing now. And now we'll switch to a word from our sponsors. Be back in a moment.
I got that right turn, we're good.
Let's meet up at the compound, group up.
At 10-4. Yeah, for sure, dog. Good, little driver, straight on through.
And now we're back here with our bush class. Lined up on the line, number 16, Sean Francis. Now he's flying a different plane than we have registered here, so I don't have any information about this plane. Looks like a 2008 A1C. Power on. There he goes. Nice. Nice run for the practice. And these are some heavy hauler, awesome aircraft, these Huskies. Aviat Husky, one of our sponsors. And now we have Tyler Younger, number 442. Team Spartan Pacer in the Bush class, a 1957 Piper Pacer. Sometimes called a tri-pacer when it's got the nose wheel on it, and converted back here to the tail wheel, and it's just a pacer. Looks like a small Cub. Tail wheel up, couple little bounces, and he's up. Very nice. He's also a local from Bakersfield as well. He flew in from Shafterfield today, said it was quite smooth. Tyler's been flying that plane for about 5 years, and this is his first competition. That is a beautiful plane also. 1 month away from having the first baby boy with his wife Leslie right here in Bakersfield. And it should be Sean Francis coming around. Says his first earliest memory of flying was sitting on 2 Greater Dallas phone books and flying with his dad in a Cessna 175. As he got older, he Started mowing the runways and the yards and washing trucks to make money. The tail dragger was pulled out, pre-flighted, and the windshield cleaned. Hurry and wait for Dad to get off work. Sit on the tire and make sure he did not miss the ride. Passion of Flight bid him early and never left. And we are truly honored to have him as a STOL competitor here. He's also a dealer for the Aviat aircraft. And here he enters from the left. He's coming in a little higher than some others. Nothing wrong with that. And not bad, touching down at somewhere right around 30 feet for Sean Francis. And flaps are still down. This is just practice. They're not going too hard. Sometimes you'll see these guys drop the flaps as soon as the wheels hit the ground to shift that weight down to the mains, help them get sopped. Here comes Tyler Younger and that beautiful Spartan Pacer. A little bit of a bounce there. Now he's in the bush class as of right now, but you see on the door there it says experimental on the side. And when you have an aircraft that you've converted to experimental, it's sometimes considered not a bush plane anymore. It'd be experimental bush, which would be a different class. And so that's one of the things they weigh out here in practice, see how they're doing, and then have the judges and officials decide where he needs to be. What a beautiful A1C Aviat as it passes us. You may notice Sean Francis there in the cockpit is wearing a helmet, and we have all of our pilots wear helmets, both in competition and in the backcountry. Things can get out of hand. You can have a deer run across the road or any number of unforeseen things on landing, and having these helmets on certainly protects your head from an impact to any of the metal parts inside the aircraft. It's just a wise safety thing to do. Looks like his last hop was right about the 126, 127 line. Not bad at all. And Tyler Younger taking the line. So we have 4 competitors of this class for the competition. However, the others haven't arrived yet. We're still waiting to see where they're going to be. And the updated weather here on the METAR for Tehachapi is 330 at 15 and doesn't mention any gust. So that's a good sign. It does appear that the flags are waving a little bit less than they were as Sean Francis enters in his Aviat Husky. And he comes up a little bit short. And as we were talking about, they're very dependent on that wind. And on approach, they're not able to tell that quickly that the wind is dissipated a little bit. And just that couple of mile-an-hour decrease with those no gusts brings them up short. I don't think the start official is having a great time over there in the dust. And returning for his last practice run, Tyler Younger, 442 in the 57 Piper Pacer. Its end starts to slow down, increase that angle of attack, and is that good? They're calling it a scratch. Just barely. Those 31-inch wheels on Tyler's plane sure make it look pretty big. As opposed to the 29s here on the Husky. And Anthony Longbordo, number 443, taking the field in his experimental Bushwagon stretched pacer from Kernville, California. This is his first competition as well. Super exciting to have all these West Coast folks here from California coming over and trying the STOL events. Looks like right around the 220-foot mark. It's got an 0360 A3A, 200 horsepower on that motor. Other modifications that make that particular aircraft experimental is it has VGs, port and polished cylinders, 9-to-1 pistons, gap seals, and a STOL prop. It's got some Shock Monster main and tail gear, and that stretch fuselage, which as you look through it looks like it's glass, and has cub wings. So not much left of a regular pacer on that aircraft. And we got more competitors coming in this class, perhaps tomorrow, but as of right now, he is the only one. Again, people are having a tough time getting in because of weather to the north from the Washington area. And some people are a little spooked with the winds as they come up here. That's a natural Tehachapi, and all these local folks say this is the way it always is, and they're certainly comfortable with it. The nice thing about the wind here and all those windmills you see out there is that it's often windy here, and it's not gusty as it's coming off the sea. When we start to have gusty winds, extreme gusts, then we start to have some considerations where we would even shut down the traditional STOL for that in the interest of safety. But with the natural breeze, these planes are flying at an 85 knot wind anyway, so this isn't too troublesome for them. Here comes Anthony. He has to get on the power to drag that in, and he might come up short. Yeah, touching one wheel down before the line, that becomes a scratch. And Anthony Longbardo loves to fly backcountry. He's also a corporate pilot. So that's what he spends most of his time doing between those two, hanging out with his STOL friends and building their next Southern Sierra airstrip. They're all sick of him talking about it. He says he's going to build it. But we all know how life gets in the way with projects, don't we? So just one aircraft in the pattern right now. Anthony. Off in the distance, I can see him turning right base. And now I have Anthony on site on final. Now you'll see a few different approaches on these competitions. Some will come in high and steep, and others will come in low and under power. And they'll be using that prop to drag them in under power. Steve Hendry's famous for that. Nice. Somewhere around the 27-foot mark. That was much better than his first one. And he doesn't look like he's going to come to a complete stop. Get off the field and make room for the next class, since he's the only one here. Awful courteous of him. And the higher-ups are telling me that Kathy Page, an incredible pilot in her own right, is telling me thank you for announcing. Well, my options were limited. But thank you, Kathy. Appreciate it. There we go. Now I can see on the screen what people are saying. Andrew Patry says, I'm doing great. That's because he has forgotten what a real announcer sounds like. But alrighty, thank you everyone. And we are going to go to a commercial right now while we wait for our next class to come out.
When it's time to recover and paint your fabric-covered aircraft, look no further than AirTech Coatings. Since 1982, our FAA-approved system provides you with a shiny, durable, easy-to-apply product. The AirTech system has fewer steps than any other product on the market today, saving you both time and money. While using cutting-edge technology, we offer a wide range of products. Whether it's for work, play, antique, or aerobatic, we have you covered. Remember, we make paint fly.
We are back with Chadwick Wirtz up on the line, number 433, here in his light experimental 2008 Cub Crafters S2, and he's off the line pretty quick. Not bad, from San Jose, California. And the man behind him, someone who needs no introduction, Hal Stockman. The most famous man on the internet that's not on the internet. He needs somebody else to tell him what his emails are, because he doesn't even know how to. I don't think he owns a computer. He does have a phone, so he's moving into the new world. And powering up in his 2018 Rans S7. With Hal Stockman, everything's about building it lightweight. Also, someone who needs no introduction, Steve Henry, number 44, the Just Aircraft Highlander, or Wild West Highlander. Up for their first practice of the day. Looks like that wind got under his left wing a little bit. And Chadwick on final. This is Chadwick's first competition. He's got a Continental 0200 motor on this aircraft. Correction, I'm looking off to the left, and we have another aircraft entering the paved runway parallel to our runway, and that is not Chadwick quite yet. Chad just turned his right base. He's a little bit out there in the distance, so we'll see if he pours the coals to it to tighten up this pattern. Just been notified that Chadwick saw the same thing that I saw, another aircraft entering the pattern from the other side. So he extended his downwind, which is a smart thing to do. And that's what put him so far down there. And he should be turning final here just a moment. And for those Cubcrafter fans at home, it's a 2008 Cubcrafters CC11-100S2. Just an alphabet soup to me. I have no idea what all that means. But here he comes on final. Setting up for that stable approach. Working the rudder. Adding some power. Don't sink, don't sink. And floating, he might touch down, and he did. That was close. That was close. It sure is a fine balance trying to get that just perfect. Not a bad try by Chadwick. And here comes Hal Stockman from Elko, Nevada. He's flown 100 hours in the last 2 weeks. He's very light and he can fly very slow with his Rotax 912 ULS. Here he comes. Oh, they're going to give that to him. They are giving that to him. That's nice. Good job, Hal. Hal's got to be careful on that turnaround. That wind doesn't get underneath his wing. And off to the left here, Steve Henry with this famous long and low, dragging it under power. He likes to feel the wind just above the ground so he knows what wind he'll be feeling when he enters the line. Little power in. And perfect. Right on the line. Very good. 300 horsepower Yamaha powered Wild West Highlander. And there passes Chadwick, and here comes Hal. Hal will be plowing the ground for planting, as he has no tail wheel, running a steel plate instead, both holding weight and also dragging in the ground like a plow. And now I am covered in dirt. Thank you, Hal. Looks like Hal's going to line up first. And Hal's going to go ahead and lead the group this time. As Steve Henry cruises right past. And Hal is off. Looks like about 48 feet, and I'm just guessing here. And Chadwick hopping. Looks like he got off there. Somewhere around 109 feet-ish. I say ish. 108 on that one. Judges say I'm looking at a parallax from my position here. Oftentimes we'll see somebody write down a number and you look and say that was nowhere near that number, but that parallax throws you off. And Steve Henry pouring the coals to that Yamaha, getting off in about 45 feet. And Hal knows how to time that just right. Here he comes in on an angled base. Hal's plane often looks like a butterfly floating through this wind. Watch him work that rudder. When you get so slow, you definitely don't want to be using the elevator, or correction, the ailerons. Be using the rudder for your steering. Nice. Nicely done at just under 75 feet. And Chadwick is making his way around to final here. This is Chadwick's first competition for STOL. Looking pretty good in that final. You need to hold into that throttle and drag it across the line from that height. More power. And you'll get it next time. Steve Henry following close behind him. Steve's doing a fast descent. You'll watch his flaps come in a moment, and he'll slow down and drag it in on power. There's the flaps. Working the rudder. It's a risky business the way he's doing it, but he's got it down to a science and a perfect landing. Looks like we're in the vicinity of 60 feet. "61 foot to be exact. But who's counting? And Dustin Mosher just departed in his 1947 Cessna 120 from Tehachapi, as Hal dusts us all out with his tractor, although he calls it a lawnmower.
Up, get it, flip it up, and then relaunch it.
And James O'Brien has taken the line in his 1956 champion 7EC. Tail is up. And he's off. Thank you. Alrighty, so the two aircraft that are in the air now are from the light sport category. What's different about these aircraft, you'll see them run a little bit longer, is that they don't have flaps. They don't have the advantage of throwing those barn doors out there to slow them down. These are backcountry capable aircraft, but it takes a lot more skill to be able to get them stopped in the amount of time and also take off. They don't have the advantages of some of these more modern aircraft. So we created a class for them called the light sport, and these would be the category of, say, the original J3 Cubs, the Cessna 120s without flaps, although 140s don't seem to really work even though they have them, and the champions. Here he comes in slipping a little bit. So you'll notice they'll carry a little bit more airspeed because they don't have the benefit of those flaps. Trying to point that up. Wow, that was very, very close. Not bad at all. So when you see them running these longer numbers, it's actually the type of aircraft. Looks like Dustin just found a squirrel hole himself. Caught his right main. And here we've got James O'Brien in his 56 champ with some nice gear on it. Nice. Got to be careful on those brakes so you don't go over. Boy, holds that tail high. And down. And Dustin is stuck in that hole for a moment. We'll be sending the crew out with a shovel. They need new vests that say Gopher Patrol. Now, Dustin is an aerospace engineer at Virgin Atlantic in Mojave, California. He plays the fiddle, flies old airplanes, and drives old trucks. This is his 1947 Cessna 120 he's owned for about 6.5 years and has over 2,000 hours in this plane across 14 western states. This wing is a fabric wing, which is referred to as a rag wing. Just a real classic. And watching him get out of that hole is just pure entertainment. And Dustin, a local from Tehachapi, is lining up again. He is set. Power up. This is Dustin's third STOL competition. And he's off about 327-ish with no flaps. Gaining airspeed and now climbing. And next we have James again, holding that tail high. Looks like a grasshopper. And he is off. Now the tail wheel touching the ground does not count against him, only the mains. So that is a good takeoff. This is James' second competition. He started flying in 2010 when he and his dad restored that Champ. He's been flying about 750 hours in that aircraft and honing his skills to fly bush and STOL, as that is the flying that he most enjoys. He's also made an aviation career as an AMP in 2013 and got his IA endorsement in 2017, which is an inspector of aircraft. He now has his own maintenance business doing mobile maintenance in Southern California. We've got Don Mickey lining up, starting our next group again for heavy touring, getting ready. Here comes Dustin, slipping it in. Beautiful landing right after the line. Fantastic. Bravo, getting it stopped at about 255-ish with no flaps. That's awesome. Here at 4,000 feet. I do not know what the density altitude is today. I'll have to look that up. Got a little hop there. And he has got it stopped. Tail down. James just under 200 feet. All right. For those of you at home, you got to come here to get it. We got these hats and these shirts for California STOL, SoCal STOL, Tehachapi, California, with some of the other events on the back. I don't know if you can see that. To get you the Angry Tiger. Does that work? All right. Cool. Fantastic. It's going to be my new favorite hat. So just shortly here, I'm being told that we are going to have a Beaver demo, an amphibious Beaver demo. From the main runway, he'll be on the pavement. You definitely don't want to get one of those little amphibious wheels caught in a squirrel hole. That would be a problem. And we can see the Beaver winding up there in the distance. Oh, looks like my brother's hitting me up here on social media. Thank you very much. Kind words from everyone. Now here in just a moment, you're going to see the de Havilland Canada DHC-2 Beaver Amphibious. It's a single engine radial. They do have turbines in this model as well. High wing, propeller driven, short takeoff and landing aircraft developed and manufactured by de Havilland in Canada. This is the workhorse of the backcountry. You see these in Alaska a lot, on the floats and on the mains. Regular wheels there in the backcountry. You could put 35s on a plane like this and they look like little tiny miniature donuts. It's got a 48-foot wingspan. This plane here has a top speed of 158 miles an hour, but a range of 455 miles, assuming they don't put extra wing tanks on there. They cruise at about 143 and are powered by a Pratt & Whitney R-985 Wasp Jr. These aircraft are getting harder and harder to find support for their engines. So you see a lot of these getting forced over into using turbines, but this is a real classic. These were produced from 1947 to 1967. And we're waiting on his engine to get up to temperature. Now it takes a little longer to get these radial engines started because in the lower cylinders, the oil is the oil pan, dumps into those cylinders, and they got to hand prop them to pump that oil out so you don't get something called hydrolock. They rotate that around, clear the engine out of the lower cylinders, and then do their startup. So here he comes taxiing. My fingers are crossed that he does not find a squirrel hole. So you have full seaplanes, which are all float, and they don't have the amphibious portion, which is the wheels that come out. And making his way onto the runway. I have seen these aircraft compete in STOL and do pretty good. But that was in Florida, where the grass is always green and always smooth. I wouldn't want to be taxiing this thing down this or taking off, looking out for these holes. It could definitely damage one of these aircraft pretty quick. There were just over 1,600 of these aircraft ever built. And with them not being manufactured any longer, they're a rolling museum now as they time out, engines quit, and people can't afford to fix them. That was pretty impressive. This Beaver will stay in the pattern. He's going to loop around and do a demonstration landing as well. Just a beautiful aircraft. In some parts of the country, particularly Alaska, it's aircraft like this that make it livable for some people just to get supplies. There's no other way in and out. The Beavers without the amphibious floats have the highest available load that they can put into that aircraft. These amphibious floats are quite heavy and they lower the usable load on these. As you see behind you in the downwind, he's going to be picking up some speed. The first flight of this aircraft was on August 16th in 1947. And since that time, these guys have become a dependable workhorse in the backcountry. They're used by regional, remote air carriers, the United States Army, and the Civil Air Patrol. This plane later evolved into the de Havilland Otter. What an exquisite example of a Beaver. And it appears that this pilot really knows how to fly it. So we're going to wait on the Beaver to get parked. Looks like he's going to take off one more time. And the Beaver's powering up for one more takeoff. Sullivan Van Way. And Sullivan has a few different aircraft that he likes to fly exhibition with. And due to circumstances and logistics, it looks like the Beaver was going to be the one of the day. And I'm happy that it was the Beaver. What a fantastic aircraft.
Are you ready?
Am I ready? I'm here with the famous Hal Oreo Stockman. Can you see us okay over there? Can you say hi there for us, Hal?
Yeah.
Why don't you scoot on in here? You know, we sit this close at home. We totally do. You could, yeah, he's going to play hard to get with all these folks here. I get it. All right, so we're holding off on you right now. Your mic isn't working quite yet. Got a few minutes during this Beaver demo. How about? I hear you. Do you?
Yeah.
You guys hear him at home? Oh, all good at home. All right, very good. Is the picture all good? I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't see myself. All right, very good. So, Hal, you've flown almost 100 hours in the last 2 weeks.
Nearly, I'd say, maybe 3 weeks. You know.
3 weeks.
Yeah.
So you flew the FK9 to Missouri.
Yeah.
And back.
About 1,300 miles there. 14 coming back because I went south to stay out of the wind.
Uh-huh.
And then I got in and went to Nebraska.
We came back home to Elko, Nevada.
Came back to Elko.
From Elko.
And then I came down here.
Then back to Nebraska.
Well, I flew from Elko to Missouri, then back from Missouri to Elko, then from Elko to Nebraska, and then back from Nebraska to Elko, and now came down here, and when I get home, I'll go back to Missouri.
Now, for the folks at home, there's like, well, that's not a big deal. We do that all the time as commercial pilots and whatnot. The difference is that, how fast does your airplane fly?
Well, my fast airplane flies 130 mile an hour.
Okay, we're not talking rocket ships here.
No, we're not. And then the RANs, 85 or 90, depending on 95, how I've got it configured, you know, depending.
That is a long haul.
Yeah.
Long haul. Yes.
When I flew to Louisiana, I had headwinds both ways, and I put 42 hours on the airplane to go to Louisiana to Swamp STOL and back.
Oof, the 42 hours. Now, it doesn't sound like a lot, but if you've ever sat anywhere for 42 hours in a seat that's not the most comfortable, I mean, they didn't design it for comfort.
No.
Yours is definitely not designed for comfort.
This airplane is designed for lightweight, so anything that I can take out that will get rid of weight is gone. So comfort wasn't an option. You know, there's no heater, there's thin padding on the seats, there's no interior, so it's kind of noisy and kind of, you know.
Don't let him fool you. When he lands somewhere, he has so much stuff in that airplane that there's probably as much stuff in there than what the airplane weighs. So it's not like he goes without. He just goes without while he's flying.
Right. Yeah.
Very good. Looks like we have Don Mickey up here rolling out. I don't think you were at Outlaw STOL in Arizona 2 years ago when he first showed up on the scene. Were you there? I don't think you were.
No.
Yeah.
I haven't made it to the Outlaw STOL either year.
Okay. Well, maybe here in the future you'll do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was planning on this year, but circumstances, I made it to Copper State, and the next week was Outlaw, but I didn't make it.
Yeah, there's just too many events between National STOL. National STOL's got a lot of events.
A lot of events.
And then there's other events out there by other organizations as well that are similar or very different as well. So,
yeah. So there are events.
Yeah, what a growing business this is, huh? And
yeah, and it's good to have lots of little airplanes.
Yeah. How about that power on your plane of Don Mickey's Cessna 180? There he goes.
Yeah.
You wouldn't want to spend that much time cleaning a plane like that, would you?
It'd be tough.
That would be tough.
It wouldn't be shiny like that if it were mine.
More sandblasted, you think?
Yeah.
You like that style? Or just oil?
Yeah, the desert look.
The oil protected?
Oil and sand. You know.
Very good. Very good. Oh, so are you familiar with what these Wren aircraft? There's not a whole lot out. There's another one. It's got a different name, but it's kind of similar.
Yeah, this mod was developed, I think, for South America. Maybe drug running. I'm not sure.
I think it is a drug running plane.
Yeah.
And I think that Todd has a number of airplanes that he could fly, but there's probably just so much memories of all the old nefarious things he used to do in this plane that he just go ahead and flies it because it's just got so many memories. Here he comes powering up. Now this plane's a little bit heavier than yours.
Yeah, like the interior is about the weight of my plane.
Yeah, right. But I tell you what, if I was taking a date up, I'd probably want to be in that plane rather than yours. No offense.
Right. Yeah.
It's built for comfort. There he goes. Now these are going to start getting scored. So here, let me bring up the laptop here. We might actually be able to see some scores here. I got all these codes I got to put in to make this thing work here. Let's see if that works. Hey, it worked. All right, 375. Oh, this is awesome to get in right now. 375 feet. Takeoff for Todd Hendricks.
What was for Tom?
Well, Tom is not showing, or Don Mickey's is not showing yet.
Yeah.
Don's not showing yet. And we've got the Beaver coming out again. And there she goes. Now in this scoring, it's a combined score, both the distance on takeoff and the distance on landing.
Added together.
And what that means is that if they have a really good takeoff on one run and a really good landing on a different one, that doesn't count. They have to be in the same group.
On the same run, and it doesn't matter where you land, they measure back to the line.
Back to the line.
So the key is get as close to the line as possible without being too close.
Too close, yeah. And Don Mickey left a little bit of room on that one.
Yeah.
Are you seeing all these smaller tires get caught in squirrel holes?
Yeah.
And you just laugh. You could just get out there with one hand and Fred Flintstone your plane over a gopher hole, right?
Yeah.
Squirrel hole. Yeah.
Just give it enough power that it closes a gopher hole.
Yeah, nice. All right. Well, idling there just upwind from us in the dust is pretty awesome for us, don't you think?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's the desert.
It's the desert. It's great. All right, here comes the Wren. Cessna 182. And a little power, and he's floating. And he knows his bad.
He didn't like it.
He didn't like that. We didn't like that one.
Yeah.
So it's good he's going around.
That's got so much lifting devices on it. If he can't get it slowed down quite enough in this wind and he gets a gust, it just keeps flying.
Yeah, that is for sure. So when that plane was originally purchased, the Wren mod, back when the Cessna 182 was being produced with that, the plane that had the mods that he has on that cost double of what the original new airplane cost, which is why there's so few of them out there.
Right, yes. Well, maybe that's why they were popular for drug running.
That's
Money's
exactly
not an
right.
option.
That's right. And
you know, not a problem.
That's right. So he has no problem. He's probably got two of them in his hangar.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Yeah. All American made, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Here comes down Mickey taxiing by. Got his window open, so he's filling his own cockpit with dust.
Yeah, it's nice to have dust on the inside and outside of the windows so it's even.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
That's why I don't run a door.
Yeah. Right. Just goes in one side and out the other. That's awesome. Now, I was telling people you're not really tech savvy.
No, not well. It's not. It's not my thing. So I'm old school. So I don't want to mess with fuel injection and turbochargers and computers, and I'll just tune mine the old-fashioned
I can understand that. And here comes Todd Hendricks for a second round, coming around for his first landing. And it is good, and it is not good, and it is off, and it's on, and it's off and on, and there he goes.
Well, he got 3 landings, right?
3 landings. Does that count as 3? I'm not sure.
Yeah.
We're going to have to go to the scorecards on that. Ask the bosses upstairs. Let's let them. I'm asking them right now.
It does want to. It does want to fly.
This is the practice day, so that's
it is a practice day.
So that's okay. He can take off and land as many times as he wants.
Yeah.
He's going to log all 3 of those, so that's good.
Yeah, he'll have. He won't have to worry about his currency at all.
Sure, for sure. Yep. That is all right. It does look like that plane does not want to come down, doesn't it?
Right. Yeah, it is definitely flying.
Yeah.
I don't think it has electric flaps, and I don't believe they retract really fast.
Oh, that makes
doesn't
sense.
help either.
That makes sense. So those electric flaps, you put them in, and for me in aircraft I fly, you count 3 seconds for every 10 degrees of flaps. So
right.
And I got 40.
Yeah.
I think I got 40.
So you got 10 to 14 seconds of flap retraction.
Yeah, so that's not working so well. That certainly makes room to become a floater. And here he comes around again. Don Mickey's wondering if he gets an opportunity to fly. And here he comes. This is somewhat reminiscent of aircraft carrier landings.
Yeah.
But our cables just aren't working here today. Here he goes.
Pull the power, pull the power. You got it.
So these aircraft with this Ren mod have a reputation of landing very much like it is on an aircraft carrier, because the aircraft is heavier, and it just likes to, once it does finally stall, you're going slow, it falls out and just hits the ground. So he's trying to save those landing gear. You know how I know that? The Google.
Oh,
the Google. You know what that is?
I've heard of that.
You can it's the Google. You can go online and write stuff in, and it tells you things.
Yeah.
And it's been fact checked, so you know it's true.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Anything you want to know, I could find you out on the Google. Don Mickey makes his way to the line. 1953 Cessna 180, and he's off. There goes his flaps.
Oh, did good.
Nice. That was very nice. As Todd taxis. Wait a second. Todd's got a passenger.
Yeah, he needs ballast.
Oh, that's what that is.
Yeah.
No wonder.
Yeah, because that canard on the front wants to fly, so when you're light on fuel, it does not want to quit flying.
I'm going to ask the Google on that later on when I get a chance. I'm not saying I don't believe you. I'm not saying that at all. Yeah. It looks like he's going to take a break and park.
So Don will come around and do another.
Yep. Don, one more time. I think it's one more time.
Yeah.
And Don will get one more takeoff and landing there in his 180 before he calls it quits. There sure is a lot of cables all around this place, isn't there?
Is.
There's buttons and knobs.
This wind, I was afraid they might attack me.
Yeah, I know. I don't know what half of this stuff does. I got to keep pushing buttons and ask the people upstairs.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So one good thing, Tom can fly the pattern however it pleases him. He's not going to run over anybody.
Yep, and so he cuts it short, as I would do if it was me.
Yes.
He's the only one there. So it's windy, and it's dusty, and it's kind of dirty. But these Tehachapi fans, look at them. They're not complaining. They're doing awesome. Woo, look at all those arms going up. They love it. Okay.
We're getting a little quartering.
And here he
but
comes
it's
on
pretty
final.
much down the pipe.
Yeah. Now he's going to have to get on that power. Don't let it sink. More power. As soon as the tail touches, it's, oh, he drug it across.
He did.
That was hard to do. He had that just perfect.
Yeah. Once the tail hits, you're usually done.
You're usually done. Unless you're Austin Clemens.
Yeah.
Austin Clemens has developed that skill to just drag it down on his tail. But, you know, at 18 years old and 2,000 hours, what does he know?
Right.
Right?
Well, those good young eyes and reflexes.
Yeah. Yeah. And he's needed them a time or two.
Yeah.
That was fantastic, Don. You know, Warren Grobbelaar better look out if he keeps doing that.
Right, yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
They're going to have a polishing contest. First, yeah. Because basically these are about looking pretty first, and Warren is kind of a master at that.
Yeah, Warren's is green. This one is red accents. So,
yeah.
So, yeah.
But Don has a brand new glass cockpit, dining cockpit. I don't know if Warren's got that.
No, I don't either.
I don't either. I think Don might be a one-upper. Here he goes, power on. All right, let's see if he could beat Warren Grobbelaar's.
Oh, I don't think it went back down.
It didn't go back down. There he goes.
He's getting a little energy and ground effect.
So regardless of really what his takeoff distances are and his landing distances, he can call up Warren and just say, well, you didn't do it at 4,000 feet.
Right, yeah.
No matter what it is.
Right.
And what's Warren going to say?
Yeah.
Nothing. Warren's going to say, I'm prettier than you, and he's going to win that argument. That's it. I mean, he's prettier than everybody. And for those of you who didn't hear the stats on Don Mickey earlier, he says, I'm an Aquarius who likes long walks on the beach, listening to good music. He doesn't kiss on the first date unless you get him a little inebriated, and he likes to cuddle. So if you see him over there in the pits, give it a shot. He's not going very fast in the downwind. Who's this guy approaching us? Steve Henry? Oh my goodness! Is he a rival? We can gang up on him. Yeah. I gotta ride home with him on the bus, so I can't be too hard, or I might be walking.
Right.
That could be. All right, on right base, and he's gonna pinch the corner. It looks like, in the interest of time, only guy in the pattern. It's all him. That engine's a Norland 0470, 260 horse.
That's pretty potent out of a 470.
Well, you know, he wrote it. Okay. I guess he can write whatever he wants, huh?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah.
I do.
Yeah, right? You know who doesn't ever do that? Is always by the book? Toby Ashley. I don't know if you ever had an opportunity to see anything he says about his plane.
Right.
Always by the book.
Yes,
always
100%.
100% truth. Beautiful landing.
Yeah.
If he can get it stopped. Flaps up. He got flaps up that time.
Yeah.
Nice.
So now we're ready for Bravo group.
Yeah. So he had a 453, a 359, and a 404 foot. So 359 is his best combined average. Yeet. So Jeff Abrams approaching to the line. Now, Hal, I think I read to you Jeff Abrams' biography, didn't I, the other day?
I think,
Coming
yeah,
off my
yeah.
phone. What do you think of that?
Well, he's flown about everything, I believe.
Yeah, he has flown about everything. Flown a lot of famous people as well. Evel Knievel, Jimmy Carter, Marie Osmond, Peter Frampton, and some of the Rolling Stones. And when Howard Hughes died, he died on board of an aircraft where this gentleman, Jeff Abrams, was the pilot, flying him to his home. In his 65 Piper Cherokee 180C with jackhammers as wheels. You see those things?
Yeah.
Looking good. Just waiting on the score from him. And here comes Brian Weathers. 1973, a 150 commuter with bush wheels.
Kind of baby bush wheels.
They are baby bush wheels. They look pretty good. Those are 600 by 6s or 8.5s by 40. I don't know what that means. Is that his front and back? But he just says or. All right. And looks like we got somebody sneaking in practicing with the light touring guys.
He's light touring. Yeah, when you rotate a little early, you put a lot more drag on the airplane, so it can't accelerate very well and causes it to stagger.
Here comes Jeff Abrams, about 27 feet over the line, working those jackhammer wheels. You can hear the echo coming off of the fuselage of that plane.
Well, though, I think that's wings.
Is that what that is?
I think the wings are rattling.
The wings are rattling. Well, that looks like a beautiful
plane. It's a nice
plane.
big Hershey bar aluminum wing.
Yeah.
So.
We don't see a lot of low wings in STOL competition. But we do see a few.
Yeah, and it. I think they could be utilized more.
I think they could be. I think a lot of people are afraid of the off-field landings and the low wings, the soft fields.
Clearance and
yeah.
So they don't ever do it. So then when we're off-field here, they're worried about it.
Right. And I don't think there's anything that Jeff Abrams hasn't done.
Right. And here comes the 150.
Brian Weathers. Now, Brian Weathers did all the photographs there in Arizona for STOL and STOL Drag this summer. Helped me out with an article for Flying Magazine. Here he comes. Oh,
I think he's
a little bit shy. And I think that has electric flaps as well, if I'm not mistaken. They're coming up real slow. Yes, it does.
Yeah.
So he doesn't have that immediate response. And here comes JP Odell in his first competition at STOL in a Cessna 172 G Skyhawk.
Don't let her sink.
Oh, boy, there it is. And wow, it was perfect.
Yes.
That was a perfect landing.
He did good. He just needs to get her stopped.
Get on those brakes.
Stop. There it is.
Yep. He got those flaps up too.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did everything right on that one. From Salinas, California. Actually, currently lives in Tehachapi. He's from Salinas.
He's at home.
He is at home. Here comes the dust. And JP taxiing by after being attacked by a squirrel.
Yep, and then go up again, go up again. You gotta go a little bit slower sometimes. Sometimes it's, there we go. And then this one we gotta just close it. And then we'll relaunch it.
And Jeff Abrams on the throttle. And he's up. Now Jeff Abrams with Piperzilla came all the way from Ocala, Florida to do this competition. That is, he must get the award for the furthest.
He must.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Unless you do include the one of the boss mans who's from Miami there here at National STOL. So I guess given that he's here, Warren has no excuse.
Right.
No excuse whatsoever.
None whatsoever.
I mean, other than all the other events he's been doing. Alrighty. Brian Weathers on the run, and he is up. And partly down, and back up.
See if the 172 will not rotate quite as early and be able to lift off.
Now, what do you think, folks? You think the 150 or the 172 is going to get it? And we're off. Oh, and back down. Came up a little early. So Brian Weathers had a DQ on his landing on the first one, a DQ on his takeoff on the second one. So we'll see how all this plays out.
How do you DQ a takeoff?
How does it?
Oh, okay.
It touched down on the ground way down.
It staggered back down.
Yep, that happens. That is a good question. How does that happen?
This wind is very prevalent to do that. If you pull it off and then still have too much angle of attack and the gust slows down, you just kind of settle and one wheel will touch.
Jeff Abrams just landed on the line perfectly. Coming to a stop at around the 280-ish foot mark. We'll see what the judges say. Brian Weathers on right base.
Oh, it was a scratch.
It did end up being a scratch. Okay.
It was very close.
Very
Hard to tell
close.
from
I
here.
thought I saw a thumbs up. I might have misread that. Oh, okay. So the judge called it good, and then the instant replay, they found out that it was short. And I've seen that. You swear that they're right on that line. You'd have bet anything. They're perfect. And then in replay, looks like they're 12, 18 inches short. That is a nice thing about instant replay.
Yeah.
All right, Brian Weathers. Dragging it in a little bit.
He's going to make it this
chop
time.
it, chop it. Okay, he's going a little long.
But he got a score.
He did. This one's going to count.
Right there, about the same as the Piper.
About the same, around the 280 mark. JP coming in. 66 Cessna 172 Skyhawk.
Oh,
wow. Just skimmed across that. That looked good. Now, it's not very often you see three traditional tricycle gears in the same run.
In the same run.
You don't see that very often. Pretty cool.
Yeah.
See, anybody can come out here and do it, right?
Right.
Get a little bit of practice, get proficient with it. You don't need a special aircraft to do it. Get yourself a helmet would be... Oh my goodness, you're saying that... Yeah, that was a long takeoff, but it looks like that one scratched somehow. I didn't see any dust.
No, but that's why we have the camera.
That's it. Now, was that nose wheel on Brian Weathers bigger than his mains?
Yes.
It is.
So it must be the 840 or whatever on the front.
Look at that thing. He needs a little bit of gas in it, I think. I mean, I don't know much about airplanes, but looks like that shock's a little flat, huh?
It's getting its full compression. But we are in pretty rough stuff.
We are.
Yeah.
There it is. Yep, people on social media really liking the Cherokee. He really gets it in that Cherokee from David. He sure does. I would guess with 1 million hours of fly time, he's probably got it figured out by now, huh?
Right.
No matter what you put him in.
Well, he flew it from Florida. He had a lot of...
He did. Yeah, he flew it from Florida. He had a few landings on the way here.
Yeah.
Just to perfect it.
Very
Look
nice.
at that. He doesn't even stumble. Just looks great. All right, Brian Weathers up on the line. 299 feet on takeoff for Jeff Abrams.
So he could make it off a football field.
He could make it off of a football field. I mean, I'm agreeing with you. I'd have to get a tape measure and a calculator out because, remember, I didn't do those math things.
Oh, yeah.
That's why I got you. We were just talking about that last night, weren't we? And Brian Weathers about to get up. There it is. 326. Can your eyes see that far?
It's in that neighborhood.
Mine used to before the dust filled my glasses. Nice. And you notice at the end of the runway, the 150 doesn't do an aggressive climb out because it can't. And we're on the ground. He's got that tail really far down, increasing his angle of attack. And he might suffer a little bit of distance because of that much. But he's holding it up.
Yeah, he didn't let it settle.
He didn't let it settle, so that's good. And here he goes. Got a couple of Ravens that climbed out with Brian Weathers, and they're in the downwind looking down on him, asking him why he's not getting any higher. I'll tell you why. Because he's giving her all she's got. I've been there. I fly one of those.
Yeah.
He's just doing what he can. And he's doing a good job at it. All right, here comes Jeff. Jeff is leading the practice at 681.
Oh,
Listen to that
This is going
squeaking.
to be good.
How do you hear skidding on dirt? Did you hear that?
Yeah.
You did hear that.
With the wing rattle.
With the wing rattle. Wow, that was a good stop.
Yeah.
And it wasn't his best landing either.
No, he probably gave up 25 feet, it looked
He
like.
did. He did. Look at that. And waiting for Brian to come around. I think Brian's waiting for Brian to come around. And that's okay. He's still out there doing it in a 150.
Right.
Flying the 150 like he's got. He's got a Continental 0200A. It's a
The,
0200.
The wind is staying very nice right down the runway.
Yeah.
So we're not having to deal with crosswinds.
Uh-huh.
If we were at sea level, this would be amazing.
Yeah, it'd be a different. Yeah, right. It'd be a different story.
Yes.
Yeah. We also don't have the humidity we're fighting here like we do in Florida.
Right. Right.
So that's nice.
Yes.
That air is kind of thick.
What do you want to be, sticky or dusty?
Sticky or dusty? Yeah, that's a good question. There he comes in. He's looking really good right now.
Yeah, just right.
Just
for
don't
height.
hit it. Don't hit a sinker.
Oh.
And he did it.
He did it.
Very good.
Oh, he's going to push the Piper this time.
Oh, here he goes. He might have beat the landing. And you think he's less dust on him than there is the Piper?
Yeah.
Do you think that Piper's got beta and he's not telling us?
I don't think so because I don't see dust coming out the front.
Okay. I just see a lot
Only
of dust.
going out the back.
Okay. Well, that's why we got you here, the expert. Yep. And here we go. JP Odell. Cessna 172. Now I notice he slips a little bit. You see that? Getting a little.
Yeah, he's probably getting a little crosswind gust up there.
And oh my goodness, that was nice.
Yeah.
I thought he was going down for
I
sure.
did too.
He was going to scratch for sure.
But it doesn't want to stop.
It doesn't want to stop, but he's not that much further than the
No.
150. Not too bad. And a lot more weight to get stopped.
Yeah.
Look at the dust coming out from underneath that Piper. But I'm glad to see him out here. A lot of guys in Pipers may not want to get their plane dirty.
Yeah.
All right, so
All right.
Jeff Abrams in the Piper for practice is leading the way. With a 552 feet total, the Cessna 150 has a 567 foot total, and the 172 with a 616 foot total. So Jeff Abrams squeaked out the 150 by just a few feet. All right, before our next class comes out, we're going to go to commercial real quick and we'll be right back with you.
right turn. We're good.
Meet up at the compound group up.
At 10-4. Yeah, for sure, dog. Good, little driver. Straight on through.
When it's time to recover and paint your fabric-covered aircraft, look no further than AirTech Coatings. Since 1982, our FAA-approved system provides you with a shiny, durable, easy-to-apply product. The AirTech system has fewer steps than any other product on the market today, saving you both time and money. While using cutting-edge technology, we offer a wide range of products. Whether it's for work, play, antique, or aerobatic, we have you covered. Remember, we make paint fly.
And welcome back to the California STOL, or SoCal STOL, here brought to you by Husky National STOL. Here with Hal Stockman, a man really needs no introduction, right? They'll recognize you by your outfit.
Yeah, my stripes, my trademark.
Now, this isn't your only outfit. You got some other outfits.
Right,
I've seen some different versions. It's not always the same one. How do you decide what you're going to wear?
What's on top?
What's on top? Very good. So that's what the wifey
Right,
is.
that's what the wifey takes care of.
Speaking of which, I noticed your tail number ended in Delta Hotel.
Right.
Yeah. Does that have anything to do with the wifey?
Yeah, that's
it does.
Diane.
Diane. All right. Hi, Diane. If you're out there.
Diane and Hal.
Yeah, or Diane and Hal. Diane, if you're out there listening.
Yeah. Put her on first.
Put her on first. Yeah. Okay. All right. Here comes our Husky. Well, let me organize all my stuff here. This is Sean Francis. Now, Sean Francis had a 2022 Aviat Husky, A1C, and now this is a 2018. He sold that one, and then got this one, but it's my understanding he might have just sold this one too, as he gets off in just under 125 feet. I'm going to say 124. That's my guess. So how about this? This is Tyler Younger. So it's a 57 Piper Pacer, not the Tri-Pacer. First competition. He's got moved to it's experimental though.
It must be modified.
It is modified.
It says experimental on the side.
Says experimental. It looks like tomorrow he's going to be moved to the experimental bush class. So he needs to enjoy this right here. And he is off. Experimental bush. All right. So that move will be made tomorrow. We'll let him just keep practicing today.
Yeah, he's an off.
You watching the helicopter? Looks like Kern County is taking off on their way to perhaps a rescue or something. Or a test flight. Sean Francis coming around. Now, Sean Francis is a dealer for Aviat Husky. And apparently deals pretty well because he's exchanged planes pretty often.
Pretty often, yeah.
Must be nice, huh?
Yeah.
How long have you had your plane?
I got it done in, I believe it was 18.
18.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Any plans for a new one in the future?
Oh, you never know. But this one, I'm working on a new engine for this one, so maybe
Okay.
we'll
That's in your Ranzis 7?
Yes.
Okay.
We'll just engine it for now.
Very good. Here comes Sean on short final. Looking good, real stable. Trying to time it. Doesn't seem to be very much gust right now.
Yeah, it's very steady, so that's good. That's good.
Little power.
Oh.
Oh, that's the worst.
Yes.
You spend
it
all
was
that
so
time.
Good.
Yeah.
But it really is difficult with this much headwind. Your ground speed is so much slower. Your sight picture angle is much different. So you have to almost aim past the line
To get it.
to get the line.
Okay.
So you have to be a little higher and a little past, and it'd be better to give up a little bit because the wind will help you with your distance a lot. So we'll see what the little Piper does.
Yeah. The Pacer. Oh,
He did
nice.
it,
Yeah.
yes.
He drug his tail wheel across that line. That's good. That's okay to touch the tail wheel before the line. Only measured off the mains. Well, that was pretty good. In 1 month, he's going to have his first baby.
Oh,
Little baby boy. Yep. So that's exciting for him. As Sean Francis taxis by. Now you see Sean Francis wearing a helmet. Steve Henry wears a helmet. All you top guys wear helmets. I see some of the newer guys are not wearing helmets. They're just not there yet. What is your thoughts on the helmet?
well, if you wreck hard, they're not going to help, but if you wreck lightly, they probably will.
Yep. So, yeah, I used to be a flight paramedic on a helicopter, and they were showing that a lot of times injuries were survivable. It was just the head hitting something hard in there, and if you had a helmet on, it'd be survivable. So it seems very wise to wear them. And it looks like his last hop.
Yeah, there was a tiny stagger, but not bad.
Not
bad
bad
at all.
Sean Francis has been flying since he was a baby, so this is nothing new to him. As Tyler Younger approaches the line. (1957) this plane was originally built in. Isn't that crazy?
He's going to let it fly off.
Well, there it is. It worked right there. The tail came up and then back down just a little bit. Now, you don't have the option of letting a airplane fly off because you don't even have a tail wheel.
Right.
So what do you call that on your tail?
A skid.
A skid.
A skid.
I call it a plow because I was here when you drove by, and you just see all this on the desk here. Everything's covered in dirt. You can barely see the microphone. That's from your plane, just in case you noticed. Like this, all of these weeds right here is all compliment of you. So that's good.
Very good.
That's really nice. Thank you. Appreciate it. So Tyler that just took off in that Piper Pacer's been flying for 5 years. So what do you suggest to people who want to get in and do this? They don't know anything, they're nervous about it, they don't know what they don't know. What would be your advice?
Right. Well, I would say practice at your airport hitting the numbers, and as you get better and better and can pick the spot where you can hit every time, then I would say you'll probably be ready to try this. if you can't hit the numbers consistently, practice till you can. And it's a practice thing. It's purely a practice thing.
Nice.
Yeah. Are you ready to take over?
I was told to relieve you to go get...
Well, it looks like Don is joining us. Don, Mickey, thank you, Hal.
Yes.
All right, good luck
Yeah.
on your practice.
Right.
All right. Well, now we have Don Mickey with us. He was flying earlier in the Cessna 180.
Are you having fun, Josh?
I am having a blast. How about you?
I'm having a great time.
You were looking good. You nailed a couple of landings out there.
Oh, it's
Unfortunately, Sean just came in a little bit short. Just a little bit. Yeah, you nailed one pretty. Like we were talking about Warren Hrabler. You know
Mr.
Warren Hrabler. Mr. Warren G.
Yeah.
And you're giving him a run for his money.
Oh, I don't know about that.
And whatever his distances were, he's not doing them at 4,000.
Right.
So Warren, if you're out there,
watch out, Warren.
Watch out, Warren.
Or more importantly, watch out, Andrew.
Watch out,
Patry, too.
Andrew Patry
That guy-
is a force to be reckoned with. It looks like he's not afraid of putting any amount of budget into the Bumblebee.
Well, he's a beast slayer.
Getting it to
man.
work.
We call him the beast slayer.
The Bee Slayer with his titanium gear. That is fantastic. Yes.
He's got good stuff, and he's amazing.
So if between you three, though, you and Warren are in a competition for looking good.
Warren is much sexier than I am.
Warren is sexy.
Yeah,
I
he
can't
is.
disagree with that.
Yeah.
Oh, here he comes. And got a little bounce there for Tyler. Gets that to a stop. You were stopping in those kind of numbers. You're doing not too bad.
I think, yeah, it was pretty fun, pretty good. We had a good headwind, which helps.
Right? Now, I understand you had a pretty interesting flight here.
Yeah, we had a lot of stops. We had, as has been common the last few of these. I keep trying to solve my fuel issue, but
Yeah.
leaking a little bit of fuel, siphoning out the top, and so it took me a lot longer than it should have. Lots of stops just for safety stops.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it might be easier if you just pour money into the gas tank, probably than fuel.
I could just put money in.
You-
It would
you
probably
could-
be cheaper.
you could burn that.
I could probably fill it with just $100 bills, and it would end up cheaper. at
Right.
this point.
Right.
Especially with the gas prices.
Definitely with the gas prices. I understand they're around 9 something a gallon for jet fuel right now here.
Is it?
Oh my goodness.
I don't worry about jet fuel.
You don't worry about it.
No, I don't worry about jet fuel. I don't worry about diesel.
You don't even worry
Those
about
are
it.
things I don't think about.
Yeah.
In the world.
Okay. Well, to each their own. All right. Here comes the Husky. Now he gets off pretty good. There it is. Oh, that's a good one.
That was nice.
What was that? Around 125, 124. For Sean Francis.
I got to spend some time with Sean last night.
Did you?
Yeah, he's been to several of these at the same time that I have, and I've never really spent any time with him. What a nice guy.
Nice guy. Awesome. Well, I haven't had that opportunity, so I look forward to it in the future.
Yeah, he's a good guy.
Yeah. Well, as a lot of guys are in this sport.
All the guys are good guys,
A lot
right?
of camaraderie.
There is, and that's actually one of the great things I always talk about
Right.
this series.
Right.
Is how helpful everyone is with each other.
Here comes Tyler. 180 something.
Yeah, I wasn't paying attention.
And for those people who decide at some point that they're not going to be an aviation engineer for whatever reason, sometimes people, they just stop flying because they don't want to not be around the people. The people are so important because it's a different group of people that do this. We all have shared risks, and we all understand that, and everybody just kind of enjoys each other's company and the intellect that comes along with it, and talking about airplanes and understanding weather, and they all speak the same language.
They do, and you can't beat it. And the camaraderie, like you were saying, was really, really great. At the last one of these events that I attended, on the way home, I was getting texts from Andrew. He had been watching the video telling me, oh, if you did this a little different, you do better. And here he is, I'm competing against him. And
that's
then,
awesome.
Warren, who's also in my class, was giving me some input on some equipment some bigger tires, bigger wheels and tires to help my angle of attack. Things like that. It's great. It's great.
That
Everybody
is awesome.
Is really helpful to each other.
That is fantastic. You know, and as competitive as somebody like Steve Henry is, he has a Wild West aircraft which builds parts for the plane that he has in order to make other people be able to compete with him at his level.
That's awesome.
Which is not going to be easy to do either way.
No, Steve's amazing.
Yeah, but he's trying to
shortly.
Yeah, trying to supply other people with the parts to do that. Yeah.
That's great. Where'd they go?
They went far. They're airplanes. They can go really far, and we don't even see them. They just spot out as Sean approaches. Thank you. Alrighty, here comes Sean Francis. And as he's coming in, I'm noticing up here we got lots of people making notes on social media and posting it there on the site. We really do enjoy that. Thank you very much. Nice stuff you folks are saying, and we can put as many as we can up for everybody to see, so keep them coming. Here comes Sean. Sean's looking really slow. Look at that. Just perfect. And, oh, that is perfect. I don't think they're going to go to replay for that. That is great.
Beautiful. What is that, 90?
98. By my 97? 8, 9, 10. 97. What do you think, 97?
I don't know. Somewhere in that area.
They're going to give us an official here in just a moment.
Whoa, 96.
What? Oh, 96. Whoa. I thought he said 106. 96. Fantastic. That was a great one. And his takeoff wasn't bad at that. He didn't DQ on that, which is kind of hard to do, but
not impossible.
Not impossible. We did see it here a little bit ago. His takeoffs have been consistent within 10 feet of each other, which is really awesome to see. As Tyler approaches through this dust, he's holding it a little extra high here, coming in, dragging it on power. Working that rudder. Look at that rudder moving. We like to see that. And, oh, Sean's like, take that, because I did that the other time. 150-ish, 45 on a scratch for Tyler in the Piper Pacer. All right, Sean. It's okay to taxi a little faster right now that you're creating a dust storm. Could you run me through that real quick again? First flight win. $11. 7 a.m. Got it. All right, for everybody who's looking to come out tomorrow for the finals, we're going to start extra early as we are expecting some wins. We're going to start at 7 a.m. and we're just going to keep going best we can.
Yeah, I think hopefully we can go well into the afternoon as long as the winds stay down the runway. You know, the challenge would be if the winds are as strong as their forecast, but with significant crosswind, and that's when it's going to become challenging for people.
Crosswind, gusts, or just extremely strong, huh?
I you know, for a lot of these planes, as long as it's down the runway, it's going to, or like I say, not too much of a crosswind. They can get pretty strong. But taxiing can be a challenge, especially with a lot of the lighter planes.
Especially with lighter planes. Now, you're in a Cessna 180, so you don't have as much issue, but it's not to say that you couldn't hit a little bit of a gopher hole and get something underneath your tail. That's
True.
right.
Yeah. That's
right. All right.
But hopefully we'll be able to get a lot of flying in tomorrow, and by moving it earlier, it'll just give us that much more time to fly, have a lot of fun.
That'll be great.
Your voice will be hoarse by the end of it.
So we've talked, tonight's Friday. Tonight is the release of the Top Gun movie. We've talked about guys getting together after this and going and doing that. I don't know where that actually ended up, but that certainly would be cool for all of us
That would be a lot
as
of fun.
pilots to go take over the theater.
And sit there and we could all criticize.
We totally would.
Yeah.
That's not real.
That's not real.
I don't think we'll be very welcomed.
He's not that tall.
But he is a good pilot. I've seen some of those videos. That is impressive.
Yeah, he is.
All righty. Who's this?
And if you are listening, Mr. Cruz, you're welcome to come out and try a STOL competition. Part of the National STOL Series. Several more this year.
We definitely would encourage that, Tom, if you're listening. Come on out.
Mr. Cruz.
Mr. Cruz.
Mr.
My
Cruz,
apologies. Mr. Cruz, you've meant so much to so many people in the Top Gun movies and got so many people into this sport.
And American made.
And it is and American. That's
That
right.
movie?
And American
Now,
made.
that was a good aviation
Now the
movie.
Cessna 182 with the Ren mod, he was doing some drug running. I'm pretty sure at some point in there. But yeah, so that's definitely true. But no, I mean a lot of Reno air racers watching the STOL drag at Reno were very excited about it, and several of them are now building planes to compete in STOL drag. So that's happening. Justin Meters is one of them, and Justin Meters, number 34 in Limitless, there is doing that. He's coming over to STOL, and he's going to do that first. He's going to start it off in a Kit Fox because that's what he has right now, and he's working with Duke Propellers, which is also one of our sponsors.
Right.
And they're getting that going, and then as soon as it gets it going, he's going to learn all the skills in that while he builds his Just Aircraft Highlander.
Awesome.
Yeah, because he's not going to be happy with anything but the best, so he's going to come after Steve, I'm sure.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a big undertaking there. So
Good luck. Good luck with that.
Good luck with that. I will help him any way I can. Steve's not listening, right? He doesn't know that. Oh yeah. Okay.
I think Steve would help any way he could, actually.
He would. And Justin Meters is such a nice guy, an awesome guy, ambassador for the sport. It'd be just fantastic. Some people say it's Meters. I call him Meters to his face constantly.
Really?
He's never corrected me. But have you seen me?
I have seen.
He wouldn't do that.
You're intimidating.
He's too much of a gentleman.
Very intimidating.
To correct me when I mispronounce his name.
Or he's scared.
So Justin Meters, if you're out there, keep it going. Get that thing going. Get out here at STOL. I know you're trying to get out here and compete with the rest of the guys, so we miss you and want to see you out here. Who is this right now? I turn the mic off. You still hear me?
Just a little short.
Just a tiny little scratch. That's all it takes, though, huh?
Just a little bit short.
Just a little bit. I'm having some mic problems here. Talking to God in the tower. Anthony Longobardo. I hope that's how you pronounce it, because if I can't do meters,
No.
how am I going to
Can't
do
even do
Longobardo?
Right.
Longobardos. I mean, it's Longobardo.
That's a longo wordo.
It is a Longobardo,
And you
Mr.
can't-
Longobardo. And I see a picture of his face. He looks like a Longobardo.
He does.
He does. That explains it. Alrighty. So he's flying the experimental Bushwagon Stretched Pacer. It's got VGs, port and polish cylinders, 9-in-1 pistons. It's got gap seals in it, which make a big difference in its handling. STOL prop, shock monster main gear and tail gear, and stretched fuselage, which you can see it looks like it's got an extra fuselage right behind the door, kind of reminiscent of one of the Canadian guys in Iran's. You know who that is for Edge Performance, don't you?
Who's that?
I can't tell you. It's a secret.
Okay. I'll live with it.
He's probably watching right now. And we're off. He might have been able to lift that a little sooner if he had rotated a little sooner, but he's playing it safe.
Yeah, it's a practice.
It is
as
practice.
Hal reminded us.
Yep, that is right. So he's a corporate pilot in his normal time.
Okay,
Yep, that and flying backcountry.
that's great.
All right, Anthony. Longobardo is in the downwind, all by himself here.
I would definitely say he's the best one in this class.
He is killing it.
He is.
He is killing it.
I don't think anyone would argue with me.
Right. I don't think nobody scratched like that before on that last run. But this next one,
This next one.
yeah, he's going to be out for dirt. Not for blood, but for dirt.
For dirt.
This next time.
There's a lot of dirt.
Yeah, after the white chalk line dirt is what he's going to be after. I mean, we're calling it a grass strip. It's grass. This is California grass, I think, given the water situation.
Okay.
Yeah.
I see it.
We've been a little spoiled over there on the East Coast, haven't we? With the
Have you?
green, nothing, everything's green.
I'm from New Mexico, where everything's on fire right now.
Oh, okay.
So-
Well, it's better than that, I guess.
Yeah, at least it's not on fire.
Yep. And here comes Anthony on final. And David Chismar, thank you for the nice comments. I think David Chismar's from the Idaho Colts out there. One of them folks.
One of the cults.
One of the Colts out there in Idaho. You know, those country folk.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Be careful.
Be careful. Is that tail going to touch? Oh, it doesn't. Oh, he really controlled that good. Oh, get under that wing. There it is. Now he can get on the brakes. Yeah, he just wasn't in a position to get on the brakes early, was he?
No, it was a good call. Good.
Yeah.
Wrestled it to the ground.
That's right, and that's more important than a score. That is for sure. Because these rubber trophies aren't going to help you fix an airplane.
But they'll bounce.
They will bounce. Yes, sir. So
Yeah.
Anthony's from Kernville. This is his hometown. And he's got a helmet on there. Do you wear a helmet?
I'm embarrassed to say I don't wear a helmet.
Okay, so you're one of those few who don't. So it looks like, you know, the way the industry is going and everything we're doing, you know, everybody's certainly encouraging it, you know. And
They are. And
not required now, but in the future it's,
You know,
it may
a good
be.
friend of mine who flew out here with me actually lent me his helmet,
Uh-huh.
and I have it with me. And honestly, I didn't have time to practice with it.
Yeah, that's true. I understand
And it
that, yeah.
doesn't seem like a big deal, but all the
Right.
little things like that get in your way and,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
change things and you know, the
Right.
talking and the hearing. And
I
everything
can
else.
understand that.
So I chose not to fly with it today. However, it's on my list.
Very good. I'm thinking that's looking like 219 feet on that guy, maybe? Something like that. Yeah, that should be. Now, I was flying with Aaron Greer. We left Reno. Actually, we left Dead Cow, flew into Reno. He let me fly his 182,
Right.
which is kind of cool. You know, Andrew Patrick's buddy.
What's the name? He calls his plane something with
Well, it's Hef.
Hef, right?
Hef.
It has the cow on the
It has
back.
a cow on the tail.
And the-
Hef,
in
yeah.
the- In the
Yeah.
in the interior has
Yeah.
some.
And it's a heifer,
Right.
but it
some
could be a
hide.
Hefner.
Right.
So it's a Hef for Hefner. So he just calls it Hef,
Okay,
and you
Hef,
can
I
call it
see.
what you want.
Whatever you want.
Wonderful guy. Just got a just captivating smile every
With a
time you
great
see
smile.
him. Great
That's-
smile.
I was going to bring that up.
Yeah,
He has a great smile.
That is a big thing with him. So he let me fly his plane, I think, back, I think it was, to there, and had me wear his helmet. I'm like, try that out. It was a Sky Cowboy helmet, and that was fantastic. I'm like, wow, this isn't so bad. I'm used, as a flight paramedic, we're wearing some pretty heavy duty, NVG mounted helmets.
Right.
You know, they're not light. I mean, they're meant for some damage. But the new helmets that they got now, it was fine with the noise canceling headsets. It's fantastic, and certainly want to encourage that.
Yeah, I think that's definitely something to look at for those of us who do this quite frequently.
Yeah, you know, Steve Henry's been wearing one for quite a few years, I think, before everyone, and and then it's kind of catching on. But you know, he flies in the backcountry and does what he does, and everybody knows about that. And so, you know, he was wearing one during an incident here in Florida.
Right.
You know, about a month ago or something like that. And luckily he didn't hit his head, but caused a little bit of some damage in the incident with the airplane. But we got that all fixed up and got him back in there. But
very quickly.
It was very quickly.
I was surprised.
It worked out pretty good.
That's great.
It did. That was nice.
Yeah.
But you know, that's not as impressive. Is that there's an inboard camera in there that does voice cockpit recording there, and not a single bad word came out of his mouth.
Really?
Yeah. He's a saint.
That is effing incredible.
It is effing incredible. There should have been some bombs in there. There should have been something.
I'm surprised I haven't dropped one here yet.
Right? He's a miracle. Look at that. Perfect, dragging that over the line.
Beautiful.
Get that wheel down. Yep. So it looks like we might have a little bit of a crosswind coming in there. Just a kind of a quartering there, getting under his right wing. Or that just might be his style of flying.
He just likes to keep that right wing up.
Yeah, could be. Could be.
Yeah, it's not too bad of a crosswind from what it looks like. It's getting a little bit variable though.
Right, just a little bit, but. And here comes Hal Stockman, plowing that ground.
There he goes.
I told him that all this dirt here and all these computers we got in front of us that are covered in dirt, were all from his plow.
For his plow. He was out there in his lawnmower.
He was
mowing that grass strip.
Yeah, I was telling him it's more like a tractor the way he's plowing dirt around here. And he laughed. I'm thinking he doesn't care. I'm thinking
he doesn't care.
I mean, not that he's insensitive. I'm just thinking he doesn't care. He just likes to laugh. There he goes. Oh my goodness.
That was good. I'm going to call that
was good.
30. No, that far.
Under 50 feet.
Under 50 for sure. That guy's calling close to 50.
That was awesome.
I'm thinking 30 something, but I'm so far away and at a bit of an angle I can't tell.
There is that.
We'll have to look for the official score on that one. That was good though.
Yes. All right, this looks like it might be Chad. Is this 4984 Hotel? Yes, it is. 433 Chadwick Wirtz from San Jose, California. KRHV. Got an 0200 in this plane. And look at that. That was awesome. Got off quick. This is his first STOL competition.
Well, he's doing great.
He is doing great. That looked really good. And then we got this beginner out here, Steve Henry. Nobody, you ever heard of this guy? He's from Idaho. Probably never heard of him.
Idaho, I've heard of him.
Holy moly. What was that, 30 feet?
I would say 37.
Oh, boy. 37. We got somebody here looking for gopher holes. What do we got here? Oh, this is the Sling Pilot Academy. The Sling Pilot Academy, if I'm not mistaken, is at a Hawthorne Airport in Los Angeles. They got a bunch of these planes.
Wow. And who is flying this plane?
I do not know. Let's see. Catherine Stanley.
There we go.
Now, I don't know if this is a rental that she took out of the school and they don't know she's here. I mean, that sounds like something I would do. She snuck out with it. Said, I'm just going for a flight. Let's see what this thing can do. This is a Sling 2, and I believe these are Rotax powered. Yeah, this is a Rotax 912 ULS, 100 horse.
Looks like she tried to pull it off a little soon. And
okay.
Kind of went back down, down the runway a little bit, which we're all guilty of doing.
We are. These are. I understand.
At least I am.
Yeah, these are a great trainer aircraft. It's kind of like replacing the 150. You see these a lot more.
Yeah, I'm not real familiar with them. I've seen them.
I believe they're out of Florida.
Are they?
Yeah, okay. I can't confirm that. Probably wrong. Statistically,
that's not the one that's originally out of South Africa, is it?
I don't think so. Okay. But also probably wrong.
Who knows?
Yeah.
Who knows?
I'm consistent, if nothing else.
All we know is what we see on YouTube.
Right. That's true. Which is not fact checked by the people.
Not fact checked.
Yeah.
But
true.
Definitely influential.
Influential. Yeah. And speaking of influential, here comes Hal. I don't know if he's going to land today
Mr.
or
Influential
what's
himself.
he doing? Oh! He came in a little short.
It looked like it, that cloud of dust.
It did. I like him carrying his tail. That is nice.
He's probably going to put it down right here in front of us.
He probably is. Yeah, let me see where I can stir up the dust. Here he's plowing again.
Plowing through.
Yes, that definitely was a scratch. I think he wants to keep his tail on the ground because of the tailwind right now. That's probably why.
Now it looks like he's waiting for Chad.
Yeah, now Catherine Stanley looks like she turned left crosswind. Let me see if we can confirm if she's actually going to be staying here or not. Oh, here he drives it in. Oh, so close. That was pretty nice, actually, the way he teeter-tottered it.
It was really nice. He definitely didn't quite get to the line, but everything else was.
It looked good. Everything looked good. It just came up a little bit short.
25 feet further down.
Yeah, I was once at Dead Cow in some really, really strong winds, and I saw Corey Robin out there doing just that thing on purpose in his 35-inch tires, just teetering from one wheel to the next, just enjoying the wind. It was pretty neat to see.
Wow.
That was pretty cool. And here comes Steve's famous approach. Long and low, under power. What he's doing is he's feeling the wind that's coming off the ground so that he doesn't get surprised by what he's about to enter. And then just a tail, and that is what can happen when you come in with that technique.
Yeah, when the winds start getting gusty, it gets a little tricky to judge that there at the end.
Now I'm going to guess that this is Catherine. She did a left pattern, so we got our air traffic controls and air bosses communicating with her, so not sure what the system there. Maybe that plane's just a lot faster. And not too bad.
Nice.
Not too bad.
She is currently sitting in first place.
First place. That's that's right. Because all the big names scratched, huh?
Hal Scratchman Stockton.
What's this?
So Hal just dusted us again, covered us in dirt that he plowed up out of the ground. At least he could do is plant some seeds behind him when he comes through here.
And that's the challenge with these competitions. There's got to be some strategy to it. If everybody's trying real hard and pushing it and scratching, sometimes people that just make the line end up winning.
Steve Henry's looking at us as he drives by. He revved his engine up just a little bit. I think he was teasing us. I think he said, "Do you realize I could just ruin your day right now?
If I just kick this tail around,
kick the tail over just a little bit."
And as short as that plane is.
Yeah, and I think later when we see him in the motorhome, he's gonna I did you a favor, right?
Oh. It is dusty. Did you see Jeremiah? He was the guy at the line there.
That was terrible. I did.
His face.
He just right there at the line, getting dusted out. It was bad.
He took his sunglasses off, and it was like
yep,
a totally different shape.
Yeah. Alrighty, Hal's getting ready to go. Oh, wow. He got Steve on that one, I think.
I think so.
When Hal comes by, we need to maybe radio him that he's scratched. It doesn't matter if it's true or not.
Right, just to give him a hard time.
It's just not fair him dusting us out like this.
We could say to him that I can't even speak. Tell him that takeoff was DQ'd.
We could totally do that.
Just to mess with him.
He found out his wheels were over the line or something like that.
Something.
Yeah. All right, here comes Chadwick. And nice. That was good. Under 100 feet.
Under 185, 80, something in that range.
Here comes Steve. So we got to see if Steve can watch that tail. If he gets a good tailwind, he might drop the tail. Nope. Oh!
That.
And that is why he is the world champion.
What, 32? What's your guess?
I can't guess because they'll say it's favoritism.
I just guessed just
I can't
to talk,
say. I don't know.
Just to hear myself talk.
70. I'll say 70.
70.
Yeah, I mean,
your
it
guess
really.
is 70. My guess is 32. Let's look at the official.
32. You nailed it.
Dang.
Right here, Knuckles.
Bam.
32 feet. That was fantastic. All right. So when you have 3 times less horsepower, that's the run you get, it looks like, at 250.
And a plane that's not custom, not designed for this kind of thing.
No.
It is South African.
It is. You nailed it. A South African manufacturer. Yep.
YouTube did not fail me on that one.
That's nice. Can you imagine when Sling Academy finds out all the dirt when she returns that plane after she probably
after
rented
sneaking
it?
out with saying she was going to get lunch.
Right.
I'm going for lunch somewhere.
As an announcer, I told them I was pretty clear. Looks like the water pump won't go in gear. Now it will go in gear. Looks like the PTO is kind of engaged. Wouldn't get going. Now it's going. We got our air boss out there.
That's a little challenging.
Yep. This older equipment. There it goes. Here comes Hal.
Hal's wondering what the heck's going on.
Yep.
And
oh boy. Oh, he really knows that one in, didn't he?
Yeah, he's still in 75 feet or so.
Yeah. Not too bad. He did leave some behind on that one.
He did.
And when we say he left some behind, for those of you who don't know, that means that he didn't make it to the line. Every foot that he gives up between where he landed and where that line is just wasted feet.
It is.
That goes towards his score.
However, that said, at least he didn't scratch again.
That's true. He did not scratch. So now,
after that last one.
That's right. So Steve,
maybe we should just come up with nicknames for all of us.
That's true. We totally should, because we told them at the briefing they better give us good information, or we'll just make stuff up.
We'll just make stuff up. So
and that's not going to reflect really good on Catherine, because I don't even remember talking to her.
Left pattern.
Left pattern Catherine. That's okay. We're just teasing her. That was great. She's out here doing it. Look at this coming in. I like it. Oh. He's only got an
nice.
what is that, 200 horse? Okay, well, yeah, a little floated. God, that plane looks,
bounce, but
doesn't that look light? He's just barely riding the edge.
He's bouncing.
So if Steve Henry can get a decent landing in right now, that is
that takeoff.
With that takeoff is going to be a tough one to beat.
Yeah.
It's got those new Aero LEDs that on that plane. They look really good.
They do.
And they can switch to a landing light. I think he has to do it manually. I don't think his mind's in that right now.
That's nice.
Oh,
just a little short.
Okay, he got a thumbs up. I don't know.
Really?
I mean, I don't know.
I should keep my mouth shut. I'm at an angle, so it's hard to say.
I am his crew chief, but I still have to be fair. I don't know.
You don't know.
I'm waiting for the master upstairs to come tell us what that was. That was a scratch on instant replay. As much as I would have liked that to have been true.
Right.
That was close. All right.
Yeah, I noticed as he was coming in, the wind picked up, got a little gustier right there.
Yep. Here comes Catherine.
Fighting it.
In her Sling 2. This thing likes to float, I noticed last time. Oh.
Okay, that's a good one.
I don't think. I think in replay.
You think so?
Let's see. Let's see what happens.
Once again, I
they
should
call
keep
it
my mouth
good.
shut.
They call it good. Here comes the replay in just a moment. Yeah, that's exactly what Hal's doing, is dragging his tail. Just to be safe, keep that tail down. Oh, God. Thank you, Hal.
Thanks for that. In his defense, he doesn't really have a choice. I mean, with the way the winds are, he's got to keep that tail down.
He does have to keep that tail down.
And,
yeah. I mean, I guess he could put a wheel on. I mean, I've heard of other guys doing that.
Why put a wheel when you can have a little chunk of metal out there?
That's true. That is true.
And there's Steve with that evil grin.
There it is, evil grin. I feel like he's like, you dare me?
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, he made it past us.
He did.
Too much.
He did. That wasn't too bad. That wasn't too bad. And you know, the sling definitely doesn't put out the dust that Cherokee did earlier. So that's nice. It also sits a little higher.
Right.
Because it doesn't have that suspension that the other one has. Looks kind of rigid the way it bounces around, kind of like a 150.
Yeah.
All right.
I really enjoy seeing planes like the Sling that aren't specifically configured for STOL.
I do as well. Unorthodox. You know,
Compete.
like when some of these sports started, they weren't sure who was going to win the different things. You know, they got all the different ones. You know, STOL and traditional STOL drag. So, look at that.
That was good.
Yeah, and I bet you know if somebody wanted to put some time into a low wing, they might be able to get it to function for this sport.
Sure.
In the backcountry, off airport landings wouldn't be as good because now your prop's lower to the ground with the nose wheel, and then also your wings. And when the flaps are down, they're pretty close.
They're pretty close.
And you would just be taken out. The bushes are taller than those wings oftentimes, which is why the high wings are the way they are, and some great visibility when you're out in the backcountry.
Great visibility. I've flown plenty of low wings, and now that I'm flying my Cessna 180s, much better visibility.
Much better, yeah,
I've also got the bubble window, so I can just stick my head in there and look straight down if I want.
Well, look at that. Maybe even a 70-foot foot landing. 75-foot. All right, here comes Steve Henry. So you notice his wheel drag. Oh my goodness. I'm going to say 30 feet.
30.
30 even. I'm going with 30 even. 30.
30 feet, 3 inches.
I'm going for 1 foot. 1 foot. How about that, Bob?
For guessing.
All right, 30 feet. Let's see. What do we got? 30 feet, and I'm going for 300 on this one. 300 is right there. Oh, she got it a little earlier.
She got
276. 276, I'm guessing. Looks like they confirmed 32 on Steve. 30 feet for Steve Henry.
Good guess.
30. What did I say?
You said 30.
Did I?
I said 30 feet 3 inches. You won on that one.
You know, I tell you what. Anytime you're going to argue over 3 inches, you just can't win. You really can't.
Right. That's true.
Yeah. All right. Here comes Hal Stockman. He's got the leading edge slats, the flaps out, and a plane that's basically a paper airplane with an engine. Here he comes. Oh, he's so light. Look at that bout.
Nice.
He is so light. All right, 70, 80 feet. I'm going with 80.
82.
82?
Sure, whatever.
82.
Yeah, we're
You going to throw 3 inches in there?
at 82 feet 3 inches.
3 inches. Okay, well, you know, as long as you're not learning your lesson, we'll just we'll keep figuring this out. Let's see here.
I'm going to change up Hal's nickname, I think. It's going to now be Hal Dust Bowl Stockman.
Hal Dust Bowl. So you know his name is Hal Oreo Stockman, and how he got the name Oreo is that here's a guy who has never taken his shirt off or his pants and worn shorts before, and during a fly-in they all went to a swimming pool and he dressed down to shorts and he looked like an Oreo and literally the name stuck, and now it's Hal Oreo Stockman.
Okay, we'll go with that.
And when you see it someday, which you will,
I hope
you will
not
just
to.
laugh because it is so accurate.
That's
And Hal is just such a beautiful person.
He is. What a wonderful human
Here we
being.
go. Little power. Oh, it's so light. Oh, look at that.
Beautiful.
My God.
Slow.
I cannot believe how light that plane looks when it's coming in. It is just barely hovering there.
It's beautiful.
It is. Which makes it tough to manage. You know, at least when you're flying a tank and when you pull the throttle, you know where it's going to fall.
Right.
This guy is just riding the wind.
Yeah.
All right, so Steve's giving a little higher right now, and he's coming in low. 300 horsepower. So if he gets a kind of a sinker, he can hit it with a throttle. Here it is. He got it. What is this combine going to be?
Nice.
All right.
That's definitely the best of the day right there.
Yeah, and you see they have to land on heading, and you saw that one of the tires was a little bit ahead of the other.
Sure.
And so you measure from the furthest ahead. And I didn't see where the gentleman was standing. What did you come out with down that one?
It looked to me like he was at about 40 feet.
40 feet 3 inches, you say?
40
okay.
feet 3 inches.
Okay, sounds
exactly.
good.
Precisely.
Sounds
yes.
good. All right, here comes Catherine in the sling. Sling 2, as opposed to a sling 1, which I'm not sure what that is. This is not my repertoire of type of aircraft. But Sling Academy, look at that. But Sling Academy did or does have a tail wheel over there at Hawthorne for those folks who think that they want to get a tail wheel endorsement to do this tail wheel and backcountry stuff.
That was a good one.
If this is in fact from Hawthorne, I know nothing about it. Let's see here. Yep, nothing, absolutely nothing. And it's her first competition.
Obviously, I haven't watched YouTube lately.
Yeah, right.
You would learn.
I bet you could find Catherine on the Google.
On the Google.
Probably has 1 million hours. Retired from an airline. Came back to Sling Academy to teach the youngins how to do it. Wow. Thank you, Hal.
There he goes. Hal. Followed by a clouded look. Maybe Pigpen. Followed by a clouded
by Pigpen.
dust.
Yeah, we'll call him Pigpen. You know, there's a cough button on these things that you're supposed to push if you're going to cough, but I still have to breathe.
Yeah, it's got to do something.
Steve Henry blowing us kisses back. That is so sweet. Alrighty. Looks like the next class we got here is the light sport. With Dustin Mosier, a local here from Tehachapi, flying the 1947 Cessna 120. This is his third competition. He's an aerospace engineer at Virgin Atlantic in Mojave, California. He plays the fiddle. Now looking at him, you would think he plays the fiddle.
Looks like a fiddle player.
He looks like a fiddle player. So I bet he's good at it too. He's probably been doing it a long time.
It's amazing how many pilots I meet are also musicians.
Right. Well, you know, in California is a hot spot for fiddle players, you know. There he is at 325, 27 maybe?
It's hard to say from this angle.
Yep.
I can't even guess in inches.
Look at that slide top with Catherine there.
There
All
she
right.
goes.
All righty. Here comes James O'Brien with the stink bug. Here he goes.
Getting that tail up.
That's not fair. That is good. That looks good. It's really got kind of a scout kind of look to it too, doesn't it? The champ.
It does.
Yeah, that kind of. That looks good. Look, it's a good looking plane. It is. That tail just so high. How cool though. He built that plane or restored it with his dad in 2010, and he's got 750 hours on that plane. Isn't that awesome?
That's great.
That is fantastic. He's an AMP IA. There's a lot going for, just working as a mobile maintenance for IAs and AMP work there in Southern California. James O'Brien. All right, here comes Dustin Mosier. Mosier? I'm going Mosier.
Mosier.
I used to compete with a lady with the same last name. Here we go. Oh, little shy. Little shy. Cessna 120.
came to a stop just over 200, but he was a little bit short.
It says fabric wing, or so I call it a rag wing, 120. Were not all 120s rag wings? Do you know?
You are not speaking with a Cessna expert.
You fly a Cessna.
I fly a Cessna.
So do I, but I guess I'm no better.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to the Google. The Google.
Look up the facts on the Google. And here comes. What was his number?
This is James O'Brien.
James was just a little short there.
Gosh, when that nose comes up it looks level. Doesn't it look level? But man, that thing looks like a stink bug up there.
He definitely handles that plane well.
He does. Yeah, I haven't seen him go over at all.
No, but he's right there.
Where he's had to get off the brakes. He does a really good job with that.
He does. He definitely knows that plane. You can tell.
I put in the Google Cessna 120 and Cessna 140 comes up. Like, it doesn't want to talk about 120s.
It just doesn't.
The Google's
Google
you're not interested. You don't want to know nothing about that plane. And there goes Dustin. Now, Dustin also, as I look behind me, I see this other aircraft. You recognize that sexy thing over there with the 2 wings on it? The little guy?
The little one, not the Antonov. The
correct.
What Stearman is it?
The Stearman. That's right. So with the Stearman, he flies that. That's his plane, I guess. Okay. And to me, I always think of a Stearman as a big plane. But when you park it next to the Antonov like it is, holy moly, it doesn't look so big.
Doesn't look big at all.
No, it doesn't. Here he goes with that tail high. Boom. Oh, little early.
Little bit.
You go early and it extends a lot of time on you.
Drag those tires.
Yeah.
Down.
So Catherine is sharing the Sling 2 with James Radicek.
Her partner in crime.
Partner in crime. They are sharing that plane. Sometimes in STOL competitions we do see this. You got a couple of different guys who want to fly a plane, right. And they don't have their own, so they share it. And since both of these clearly stole this from the Sling Academy, they probably don't even know it's gone yet.
They don't.
That's his turn.
They were going to lunch together.
They were going. Yeah, that's what it was. We're going to go to lunch.
We're going to go to
into Tehachapi.
Into Tehachapi.
We might stay the night. I don't know if I got to pay for that overnight rental. And they didn't know that this was going to be televised live.
That's
clearly.
The problem. You got to get all the facts up front.
That's right. So this is James' first competition in flying STOL. So let's watch him. Last time he's doing a STOL competition as well. When they take somehow they'll punish him over there, and he'll never have a plane again.
From the Sling Academy.
From the Sling Academy, they'll be like, "What's going on here?" All right, here comes Dustin in that 120.
Nice slip to get it down.
Yeah, nicely done. Nicely done. Good. Here he comes. Oh,
that was close.
It was very close. So he's calling it good. He's calling it good. I'm going to wait for the replay on that one.
Yeah, that was really
very close. He's on a 120. I would give it to him.
If it was there, it was right there. That's great.
Right. So what's special about the 120 and also the Champ is that these are in the light sport class, and the light sport class is that class created for those J3-like aircraft who don't have flaps.
Which is why he was slipping it in.
And also why they run a little long on the landing and a little long on the takeoff.
Right.
All right, here comes that nose being pitched up, increasing that AOA.
James holding it
and boom!
Nice.
That looks really good. It was very clear that he crossed that line.
Tail up to stop.
That looked great. That was textbook.
Beautiful.
So James in the Champ says, I love the aviation community and especially the STOL guys. So what he's saying is that he loves us.
It's us.
That's us.
We're STOL guys.
We're STOL guys.
We have hats just to prove
we do. We got the hats, right? Definitely. Come out here, grab one. You got to be here. Thank you for loving us.
Thanks, James.
We love you too, James. That is awesome. I like these are my favorite hats so far.
These are beautiful.
I like them. And the shirts. So the shirts on is very nice. Very nice. All right, here we go. Let's see where he breaks that ground. You know, I think he pulled that at just the right time. Is he standing out there at that 325?
There goes James, got the tail up again.
There it is. I don't think he knows any other way. Boom.
That was much better.
Much better.
It.
Yeah, he
Popped it off.
Rotated that tail at just the right time, which helped lever it against the wings and helped lift those wings. Great technique that time. Now, if he could couple that last landing with this takeoff, so he's got to get one more together.
Well, maybe this will be a better landing. Let's see.
Yep. Let's see if they roll the sling in here or not. I don't know if they're going to or not.
I think they're going to wait until these guys are done, maybe.
Okay, that sounds great. All right, here comes Dustin Mosier. Maybe he likes to be called Mosher. Maybe his hair used to be a lot longer.
Or a lot shorter.
Or a lot shorter, and he was a Mosher.
A Mosher.
In the mosh pits. Here he comes. He might have been in a fiddle mosh pit. What do you think?
A fiddle mosh.
Those are aggressive. I've seen them.
Yeah.
I've seen them. Those are dangerous.
Yeah, they just start fiddling.
250,
like crazy.
I think? 251. Looks like they can't agree. Let's see if they start rolling on the ground and fighting about it. They're still talking. So they might say 250.
I've been out there doing the judging many times at these competitions.
Yep.
It's challenging. It's challenging to see exactly takeoffs more so obviously than landings. Landings, you have a stopped aircraft where you can reference.
Right. You know, I just did it for my first time.
Did you?
About a week ago at Mayday STOL. And I got to say that I'm really good at it because I'm humble. You know, those go hand in hand, right?
You are probably one of the most humble people I know.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
definitely. You know, I don't like to tell people how good I am at marking them.
Yeah.
I don't know why my numbers never match the guy next to me.
Right.
They're like, there was nowhere near that. And so I don't know what that means.
No, it's okay. I've seen Jeff Pohl out there laying on the ground.
Jeff Pohl is a master. What an amazing man.
Looking at those distances.
He does.
Looking at blades of grass.
He does. He does. So Jeff Pohl is actually, I think, legally blind, but he doesn't want to lose his medical.
Right.
So while he's laying on the ground, he's actually literally trying to see where the tires are.
Right. Whatever perspective it is.
Right.
Takes, right. Yeah.
Right. So, you know, but also another great guy. Another great guy.
And a great pilot.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Here comes the Sling Academies. Well, let me get this right here. Oh, did I move? I lost my page. Well, with this rollout, I got a second to find it.
James
in
the Sling Academy plane.
Yes, sharing the airplane on what could be his last flight as a pilot.
Because of the
because he stole that airplane from a rental Sling Academy, which they're gonna find out. I'm pretty sure.
I wonder if he'll be here tomorrow at 7 a.m. when this thing starts tomorrow.
My recommendation will be to him in just a little bit is that don't leave. Don't go home.
Just stay here.
And turn your ADS-B off.
Right.
And just hide.
Just hide.
And then you can join the practice tomorrow, or the competition tomorrow at 7 a.m.
7 a.m. Originally it was going to be 11.
It was going to be 11. 7 a.m. now because we've got that wind.
Right.
And so we definitely want to make sure that we get as much flying in as we can.
And I think it's going to be a nice long day. I'm hoping that the winds, it looks like there's a good possibility the winds might be favorable even as they get strong. And so we'll be able to get a lot of flying in.
Sure.
Well into the afternoon, I hope.
What is nice about here is that the winds have been steady.
Right.
And they've been down the numbers.
Exactly.
That's cool. I think when we see this much dust here, we talk about all the dust. That's not much to do with the wind as it is just the dusty.
The grass.
The grass. It's mostly Hal.
Yeah.
Mostly
Hal plowing that.
Hal is plowing this field.
Yeah.
And I guess anticipation of farming. But yeah, for those of you watching this live at home and thinking about coming out tomorrow, please do. Got some neat stuff. All the STOL competitions going on. We got our STOL swag with our hats and our shirts, and also we have a couple of aircraft from the Golden Age Flight Museum here in Tehachapi. We got the Russian, sitting right behind us, we got the Russian Antonov AN-2, which is the largest single-engine biplane in the world. And this aircraft is still in service in the Ukraine. If you walk up to it, I don't know if you've been up close to it yet because you've been kind of busy.
I haven't been close to that one. I've been close to one many years ago.
The tail wheel of that airplane
Yes.
is bigger than the bush wheels on that Cessna 150. It's impressive.
Really?
It is. That is a serious airplane. It's got these shocks on it and everything. So the museum is in Tehachapi. It's open the second Saturday from 10 to 2 each month. They have, what do they got in here? Lindenberg, Earhart, World War II. These are all different little parts of their museum they have. Poncho barns and lots of memorabilia. It's locally owned and ran, of course. And so what a great thing to come out and see if you're into aviation.
When was it? The second what?
It's the second Saturday from 10 to 2.
Second Saturday every month, 10 to 2.
Second Saturday, 10 to 2 each month here. And that was nice of them to bring that Antonov out. It's just beautiful.
That's a cool plane.
It's a really neat. It's got that kind of Storch-looking windshield
it's really
on
neat
it, which is
lots of angles.
Yeah, really, really neat. I'd love to go into that cockpit or something.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
That would be cool.
And here comes James on final.
Here comes James in the light experimental Sling 2. Here in his first and last competition. I am kidding about that. For that, I hope that everything is well. Maybe he's the owner of Sling Academy, for all I know.
I'm going to go with the partner in crime thing. Makes for a more interesting story.
He just flies guilty.
He just flies guilty.
Yeah, the way he came out of there just looked guilty. It looked guilty.
The great thing about announcing like this is that we can just make stuff up.
Well, it's not our fault because I was clear during the briefing, which I'm not sure they attended, that if you have anything you want to put in here, you definitely do that, or I will make it up, and you will make it up.
You did say that during the briefing.
Yeah, you heard that?
Make it up. I did.
So I don't feel bad. I don't feel bad at all.
Right.
Yeah. So
something about your mom being a carny.
His mom is a carny.
His mom is a carny.
James'
okay.
mom
I'm sorry.
was a carny. She was doing aerobatic aircraft stuff in the carnival.
In the carnivals.
Yep.
Right.
Yep, that's right. And so she got him into flying. And here he comes. Well, now he's starting to stir up some dust. So I just got a message. Let me make sure I know this is from the right person. Eric Farwell sent me a message. He says, "Good job on the mic, brother." I'm not going to say that out loud, because I'm humble.
Right.
But Eric,
you are amazing, though.
I am not.
And amazingly humble.
And amazingly humble. Yeah.
Yes.
But Eric Farwell and Ryan Dombrowski, when those two guys are Eric Farwell's knowledge base of aircraft. He's been flying since they used to change his diapers by tossing him out the airplane window. Is how
and
they used
Ryan's
to do it.
knowledge base of words.
No, he
has so many words.
He is a cornucopia of alphabets and knowledge and all this different stuff. And with Super Aero Live TV, he knows so much about that. And Eric Farwell, we went and stayed at his aviator paramotor school in Florida right before Sun and Fun, and I learned so much watching those guys. What a master. The school is amazing at what they do. It is fantastic. But Eric Farwell, just his knowledge of aircraft, he's an aviator paramotor guy. So you say, oh, he flies paramotors. He's not really a pilot, some would say, and that's not true at all. He is a pilot. He has multiple aircraft. He's got a 120 or a 140. He's got an RV 6 or 7. See, I don't get anything right. One of those.
A Cessna,
I think
RV.
he's got some other airplanes too, but grew up in an airplane. Family grew up in airplanes. Had their own airstrip over there at Lake Wales Airport now, and just amazing human being, amazing family, amazing announcer. And for him to say that, he's just being nice. He's like, well, I got to say something nice for this guy.
I don't think he's just being nice.
Well, he is nice. So
He's
I
a
mean,
great
he could be.
It's not as easy as it looks to come and sit here and talk.
Eric's awesome. I do like him. It's not easy, but he has stuff to say that's important and relevant, unlike me.
Right. We just make stuff up.
Wing it.
Yeah.
Wing it. Alrighty. So,
this is James.
This is James. We need to, I don't know if somebody with a radio can just tell him, turn his ADSB off right now, and maybe he'll last longer. Maybe he'll still be here before they take his plane back.
Yeah. We're going to continue with that story.
Well,
just because it's a good one.
It is a good one.
And we don't really know anything else about the guy.
He had a chance.
He
did have a chance.
Mom and the life of crime.
Carney mom, life of crime, and a partner in crime here.
And a partner in crime. At least he's a partner in crime.
Oh my! Okay,
nice.
So he got off faster than she did, and there's no way I saw her get out of that airplane. She doesn't weigh very much.
No.
Yeah.
It was about 230 feet.
Yeah. So I don't know what he did different that time. I mean, it is a stolen airplane. He could probably rigged up nitrous during that little break over there.
Did something
I've seen somebody do that in an event before, in a dark green airplane. I'm not going to say who.
Did anybody else know?
We did. We were quiet. You know, he's family. What are you going to say, right?
Right. So James is going to be the last plane today, is that correct?
He is. Last plane of the day, as far as I know. Last flight for him, as far as I know.
Right. Until tomorrow morning.
Until tomorrow, yeah. If who deals with stolen airplanes? I wonder.
Who deals with stolen? I would imagine.
Is that the FAA or is that who does that, or is that just the sheriff?
Well, it's interstate, right? Potentially.
I'm thinking that's from Hawthorne.
Okay, so let's
we have an expert on that, Mr. Bradley Mosley. Come here, Bradley Mosley. So Bradley Mosley goes to how do you say the school you go to? University of Aeronautical.
California Aeronautical University.
Here,
California.
I'm going to let Bradley take my headset.
Okay.
So
okay.
He can talk.
Yeah. Have a seat. Have a seat.
Maybe have something more interesting to say.
Yeah. So
than I do.
Before James gets around here. So, welcome, Bradley. So, you're a newer pilot, but you got a lot of time and a lot of experience.
Yep.
And you set the world record for the amount of takeoffs and landings in one day at Hawthorne Airport, which happens to be where the Sling Academy is, right?
Yep.
How many takeoffs and landings you had?
I did 62 takeoff and landings.
Because your dad made you stop.
Because my dad, I would have kept going.
He would have kept going.
Yeah.
Yeah. He wasn't. That wasn't right what he did.
I was doing it all in a 150, and it took me like 6 hours. So I had to stop halfway to get fuel, and
to get fuel. Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, but that was a lot of fun.
That was. So
right
do you recognize this plane coming in? The Sling.
The Sling?
Yeah.
Oh, I do.
These are from Hawthorne Airport.
There was a lot of Sling. Sling has an academy there, and they have a whole lot of planes that were constantly flying. So I was constantly flying with these guys.
Right.
And it was really cool getting to watch the 150 compete today. Was cool, right? I was really hoping the 150 was going to beat the Piper.
He was so close.
I was rooting for it.
He was only a few feet off.
It was close. I was rooting for him, though.
Yeah. So you know the folks here at the Sling Academy? You met some of them?
I've met some of the people down in at Torrance, but are these guys from Torrance?
It's Torrance,
yes.
not Hawthorne.
Yep.
That's right. It's Torrance, right next door.
So are these guys from this airport or down in Torrance?
They stole it from somewhere.
They probably stole it from Torrance and flew it up here, and now they're going to go
and
travel
they're saying
across.
It's from Hawthorne is what they're doing. They're smart. These are... Oh, we just learned that they're building these planes in Torrance now. Wow, how about that? Well, that's your home airport.
Well, I haven't been there in a while. I've been in Bakersfield at school.
Oh, my goodness. Your home airport, and I got to get filled in by God through the mic that's what's going on. Oh, my goodness. All right. Yeah. Well, that's fantastic. So you've never flown one of these?
I've not been in one yet.
Not yet?
I have to get in one, though.
Yeah, you do. You do. Especially since they're like 10 feet from where you park your plane. Awesome.
Yeah, it was a whole lot of fun getting to come out and watch the planes.
That is awesome.
It was a whole lot of fun.
That is awesome. So now you're working on your all your endorsements to become an airline pilot now?
Yep, I'm working on my instrument. I just I passed a stage check today.
You did?
Is basically like a pre-test for my check ride.
Oh, congratulations
so
on
I have 3 more flights and then another like pre-check, and then my check ride.
Awesome.
So I got 3 flights left.
That's fantastic. 3 flights left. That's awesome.
Yep.
What is your recommendation for guys who, kids who want to fly and they want to get into it but don't know how? What would you suggest they do?
There's a lot of places that they have programs to try to help like young pilots get into it. So
do they have the Young Eagles there in SoCal? Okay.
Yep. Young Eagles is a big program.
Get somebody for you.
All right. Yeah. So Young Eagles, that's cool. So, is that EAA runs that?
I don't know who runs it.
Okay, we'll figure that out.
I got a lot of help from my family and my friends. They helped me get into flying.
Have you ever heard of the Google?
The Google? Yes.
We can find a lot of information.
You learn a lot on the Google.
We are going to find out with the Google.
Yes.
Oh, we're lining up for...
he's going again.
He is. So this must be his last lap. Third one. This is his third one. Last lap. And so do you think they'll take the wings off when they repo this plane to take it back to the Sling Academy, or are they just
they're probably gonna have to do that to fit it on the trailer.
They will. That's right, huh?
Yeah.
It is kind of small, man. They'll be able to put it on its edge. Yeah, I want to say that I think he got Catherine each time. I don't know that for a fact. I'm making it up, but it looked like it was short. Yeah, almost like Catherine wasn't giving it full throttle, and I know she's lighter than him. Mm-hmm. So very good. That was not too bad. That was not too bad at all. Fantastic. Cool. So how much longer do you have at this aeronautical university coming in? So you're how old now?
I'm 18.
You're 18. You got your license at 16, right?
I got my license right at 17.
17?
Yep.
Okay, right.
Yeah, after I turned 17.
All right. When did you get your driver's license for your car?
Well, a little after I got my pilot's license.
And by little after, what do you mean?
Like a year after.
A year after,
yeah,
right.
It took me about a year after.
Right.
I got my priorities straight.
So I see. Yeah, I see your lovely girlfriend over here.
Yeah.
She was the one driving you everywhere while you're flying an airplane.
Yeah. While I was flying airplanes, she was driving me around.
Yeah, that's not embarrassing. That's fine.
Not at all.
All right. All right.
But
how are you guys doing over here?
I was trying to get Catherine to come on the air, but she was...
Oh, okay. So Oh, right. Yeah, they were trying to get Catherine on the air. That would be perfect here. So we can see. I mean, it's like a last meal. We get to talk to him before he goes to jail.
Before they go off for a long time.
Yeah. So he's gonna. They call it going away. Is what they call it. Yeah. Pretty cool. I wonder how many other rental planes are here, but that they don't put the name on the side. That 150 could be a Brian Weathers.
Rented the 150, brought it to a competition.
Yeah. Rented it from somewhere in Yermo, California. All right, here he comes crossing on that base there. So what are you thinking of this STOL stuff?
This is the first competition that I got to come out to. It's the first one that I've never had time to come out to one, so it's really cool getting to watch the planes fly. And I'm really hoping that once I finish school, it's a 3-year program, and once I'm done, I'll be able to start competing, or maybe at the same time as while I'm in school.
Nice. Now you're building what I understand is a super Wazoo Cessna 150 with some crazy engine on it.
So we have an experimental 150. We have the airframe, and we got a new motor for it, and we're gonna try to soup it up.
All right, that'll be cool.
Get a competition 150.
That'll be funny to see.
That'd be a whole lot of fun to fly.
Yeah.
Really.
Are you gonna get tires like Brian Weathers? I said those are pretty good. Those big wheels.
Put some giant tires on a 150. Yeah. It's gonna be comical.
He's the only guy that didn't get stuck in a gopher hole today or squirrel hole today.
Oh yeah, it was funny watching him dig people out.
Man, he gets slow. Look at that. That looks great. If he can keep it from sinking.
Yeah. He's got it.
Oh my God, that was great. Fantastic. Well, I guess you fly it like you stole it, I guess, right?
Awesome.
Look at that, 180. See where these guys end up. 175, 180. Yeah, I'd say 180. 1. They're probably going to call it 1, but I'd say 180. I like Don's 180 foot 3 inches. Alrighty. So yeah, it'll be nice to get him out here on the radio when he gets out, because apparently Catherine didn't want to talk, and I appreciate that, because you don't, after a crime, you don't want to really get on the radio and brag about what you just did.
Usually not a good idea.
I get it. Yeah. So look at that dust on that guy.
Oh yeah, it was a mess every time Hal came by, kicking up all kinds of stuff.
Right. right, and we're waving there to James Radicek. Is that what do you think? You pronounce that Radicek?
Radicek, yeah.
Okay, I'm going to call it Ratuchik. And the reason why is because he didn't give me the information. So it's Ratuchik today, James Ratuchik. And yeah, so there he is, seeing him taxi away on his last flight. That's awesome. Absolutely. So one thing I want to thank is all of our air bosses, our amazing air bosses. They keep control of a lot of different things, spacing, aircraft. They watch everything in communication with everybody. We've got some amazing air boss. All of our volunteers, we really appreciate everything that they do. We couldn't do it without them. All these folks out here helping, video teams, and everybody just does an awesome job to make this event come. There's a lot of behind the scenes work that people don't get to see to make all this stuff happen, as everybody knows who's been involved with any sort of special event. So thank you so much to all air bosses and everybody involved and volunteers. So we're just going to wrap it up here. My name's Josh Richling. You all have a nice evening. Hopefully we'll see you guys tomorrow at the 2022 National STOL, SoCal STOL. Thank you. All right.
I got that right turn. We're good.
Let's meet up at the compound, group up.
At 10-4. Yeah, for sure, dog. Good, little driver. Straight on through.
When it's time to recover and paint your fabric-covered aircraft, look no further than AirTech Coatings. Since 1982, our FAA-approved system provides you with a shiny, durable, easy-to-apply product. The AirTech system has fewer steps than any other product on the market today, saving you both time and money. While using cutting-edge technology, we offer a wide range of products. Whether it's for work, play, antique, or aerobatic, we have you covered. Remember, we make paint fly.